freak out.
Okay.
Yeah, did they get that right?
I think so. I mean, I saw it. Okay. Or, sometimes our, yeah.
I wrote a whole message from our team too, so my book spammy.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I'll check.
No worries.
Hola.
I'm really good. I had some really good conversations. That's what we're here for. It's funny though, because I like some people did their name tags and they forgot. Really, you don't get.
Mine is really tight. Well, maybe two. Are we good to go? Oh, you're going to introduce us. That's right.
Yeah, the third wheel here.
Sorry.
Regarding the moderator, are you? All right. Well, good afternoon, and welcome back to our incredible conference here, Schools of Thought. It's my pleasure to introduce now our afternoon panel, led by the Equity in Architectural Education Consortium. Please help me welcome Joana dos Santos, the Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer at Taubman College of Architecture and Urban Planning at the University of Michigan. Joana will introduce her co-presenters.
Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for having us. Thank you for your hospitality, for really having this important conversation about equity in this space. So my name is Joana dos Santos. My pronouns are she, her, hers. And I'm here with some of the members of the Equity in Architecture Consortium, Marianne Eckers, who's the Dean of the School of Architecture and Urban Planning at Morgan State University, Stephanie Pillad, the Director of the Division of Architecture here at Oklahoma, and Carmina Sanchez del Valle, Professor of Architecture at Hampton University. So we're talking about this consortium, right? What is this thing that we are talking about? See, and I'm probably going to forget to do the clicking thing, so. So we started the Equity in Architectural Education Consortium with a meeting around 2 years ago, when we have faculty allies grant at the University of Michigan, and very well-intended faculties are like, hey, we have connections at minority-serving institutions, particularly historically black colleges and universities. Let's talk to them to see how we can diversify the PhD program. Very well-intended, but very rapidly, members of Chapman College and also some of the people who we reached out who are here today said, no, we are not going to do that because you cannot just go to places where you have people of color and tell them to give you their students. So we decided to have a different conversation. And we pushed back and we crafted an agenda together that ended up leading us to talk about what does equity in architecture look like? How do we think about this? This is a very white, male-dominated field. So how do we rethink this? So we ended up forming the consortium after a year of work together, where we decided that we're going to leverage our resources, because all of us have different resources that are very valuable, to reduce inequities and disparities for students of color and underrepresented minorities in graduate and professional architectural programs, and also impact the fields and the disciplines where our students will take careers. And the idea was that this disparities that we see and this inequity that we see in school doesn't really end after people graduate, right? So we need to be having a conversation as a field, and where we have the most influence is in the school where we teach, right? So here's a list of our members: Florida A&M University, Florida International University, Hampton University, Howard University, Morgan State University, Tuskegee, and I'm reading to make sure that I don't leave anyone out, the University of Michigan and the University of Oklahoma. So right now we're working on initiatives that, and I need to make sure that it's very, very close. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, great. So right now, what we're focusing on is faculty building relationships, because at the end of the day, it's about sharing resources. But if we don't have relationships, we cannot share resources, right? The ultimate goal is for us to do research together on things that are impactful, where we have different lenses and strengths. But if people don't know each other, they're never going to collaborate, right? So we're starting with projects that are manageable, that are one-on-one. So we're working around things of urban design. For example, Carmina's working with one of our faculty members on that. We're working on pathways programs. We're also looking into working on historic conservation, particularly some of our HBCU campuses are historic sites. So how do we take advantage of that? And something like very basic, like can we just do faculty exchanges for reviews, right? Like how do we start those conversations? So, and we have a lot of other ideas, but that's kind of where we're at. So with that, it's a little bit of our history and how we got together, and we wanted to share a little bit of the work that we're doing and some of our thinking with you all. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Carmina, who's going to lead us in the next part.
Good afternoon. This is going to be a highly interactive session, and we have broken it into chapters, and each chapter will have like a main question. My job is to propose, and I just realized that I didn't grab the clicker, but I will need you to click because I cannot. I want to stand. I'm sorry, I'm short. So we're going to be starting with the inference change, the thinking that led to the proposal that we have today, and the prompt that you should be seeing on the screen is: if students are not blank slates and possess relevant, if unrecognized knowledge, skills, and experiences, how acknowledging them can contribute to shape the space for teaching and learning design and the built environment? How do we do it now? How well are we doing it? What must be different? And the premises are: the work of architecture can benefit all members of society. The work of architecture has a positive impact on a small group of people. A wider impact requires, among other things, designers, architects that are acquainted with the needs and demands of a larger spectrum of society and can act to satisfy them. The education of designers, architects, shapes practice. Therefore, who studies architecture will make a difference in the reach of the work. Then, recruiting more diverse students will open the way for a more meaningful architecture. Caveat, this is the but I need to look at it. You're seeing it. Can you change? Oh, okay. You don't have it. I have it here. Some of those students, this is the hook. Some of those students don't find a space in architecture, and the settings, content, approach, and goals of education may be indifferent to what they see as the larger societal needs and aspirations for architecture. And some in academia consider this requires accepting less proficient and academically prepared students, which will weaken the profession. Now we're moving into the first chapter of the interaction, and this one is going to be perspectives on what diversity, equity, and inclusion really look like in architectural education. Marianne Akers will lead that.
Thank you, Carmina. Can you hear? Okay. My voice is coming from serving as Dean of Morgan State University School of Architecture and Planning for 13 years. I identify as a Filipina immigrant with more than 40 years of academic experience. I do not claim nor have the honor to be the voice of the Black community. I know my place. So the first statement, provocative statement I want to make, that's least of the two, is the field of architecture education has not truly embraced the role that HBCUs play in diversifying the field and teaching traditionally white institutions how to diversify. We are looked at from the deficit gaze. We have, oh, not yet. We have 7 schools of architecture in HBCUs scattered around. Next, please. I wrote this article for Design Intelligence in 2007 about design disparities and the role of HBCUs. Have I seen anything since then? That was 13 years ago. I have not seen the needle move. So the 7 HBCUs graduate approximately 45% of all African American students with professional architecture degrees. Each of us are different. We have public and private HBCUs. We are unique in our heritage, and we have different offerings. Morgan State is the only HBCU that has interior design, architecture, landscape architecture, city planning, construction management. But we are a tight group. We watch out for each other. We do not compete. There was a time that we had a great big funder who wanted Tuskegee, Howard, and Morgan to compete against each other to design a e-library in Liberia. And we said, no, we're not going to compete. We're brothers and sisters. We don't do that. So what did we do? We had each team from every school, and then they competed against each other. We are often approached for partnerships. University of Michigan, SUNY, I won't say which one, but we often take the stand that we do not want a dole out. We want to be true partners. And we can sense when you need black and brown faces. We sense that. So, next please. We can teach you if you listen. Next, please. We can teach you about diversity and inclusion. HBCUs are open to everyone and anyone. Our faculty, just in the School of Architecture and Planning, 1/3 Black, 1/3 white, 1/3 other nationalities from all over the world. Just in the School of Architecture and Planning, as of 10 years ago, our students represented 32 different countries. Diversity, we will teach you about diversity. Next, please. Here's just some slides that I took from the United Negro College Fund. HBCUs We are the experts in nurturing our students, especially first-gen students. Research shows that African American HBCU students make intellectual gains that are equal to or often exceed those that go to non-HBCUs. Next, please. I'll just highlight the big differences. Here is a survey, a Gallup survey. And those from HBCUs said, my professors at my university cared about me as a person. We in HBCUs know how to teach you about nurturing your students. Next, please. Experiential learning. Look at that, the third one. 32% of students said they're extremely active in extracurricular activities compared to 23% in traditionally white universities. Next, please. Postgraduate outcomes. 39 said, I'm going to go to my university prepared me well for life outside of college. 55% of blacks in HBCUs said that, compared to 29 in non-HBCUs. We know how to nurture diverse students. Next, please. Case in point, statistics show HBCUs, we are promoters of well-being, the entire person. Purpose, social, financial, community, physical. We know how to nurture diverse students. We need to teach you that, and you need to learn from us. Next, please. So, what did I suggest 13 years ago? I said we need to formalize equitable relationships with HBCUs. We are not going to partner if you just want us for our black and brown faces. We know that. We're not going to take second fiddle. Okay? Next, please. Oh, sorry, back. One last statement. And this has something to do with HBCUs, but it's also my statement. I started community engagement in the 1970s, and I'll be honest with you. Have I seen any difference? No. I truly believe that we in the university are design colonizers. If we were really that good, why is it that we still have communities of color that are still distressed? We are deceiving ourselves if we think that only design can move the needle. That's all I can say. Thank you.
All right, so I am not an architect. I don't really know anything about architecture. My background is in racial justice community organizing. But I interact with architecture all the time. And what I can observe from an outsider's perspective from the field is that we build buildings and we design them to materialize what we value, right? So we build boxes for poor people, but we build design for people who can afford it, right? So we are really putting value into money by not putting design into the housing for poor people. So we're not thinking about the well-being of the user necessarily. So we are, by designing the way that we do, we are really putting value, and like we're judging it very, very clearly, and we're not really having a conversation about that. In the US, we get architecture that is very European-centric. I cannot see another Roman column. We have not had the Roman Empire for 2,000 years. Why do we still keep on putting those columns up, right? So that again tells us about what we value, right? And thinking about what about the people who does know their culture? What does that say to people when they have to interact with that and particularly to non-white people who don't have heritage for that. I always think about, so I'm Uruguayan, I'm from Latin America, and I always think about these ecological houses. And when I'm growing up and I'm thinking about how like we build these houses, I'm getting told that this is what poor people do because they don't have any money. And now that white people think it's all cool and can save the planet, now they're super valued. So imagine what message. I'm like, oh, well, now I have to like it again, and now I can take pride on it. But I don't have a platform to talk about, like, this has been an ancestral, traditional way of building houses that has worked for centuries but has never been valued because it didn't have that European lens or because Europeans didn't think about it. So what messages are we sending when we're telling people, like, well, now that white people think is valuable, now let's study it? It doesn't feel good. So architecture, as I mentioned before, is designed by white men for white men to thrive, right? That is what it is. And we know that restricting access to anything only causes further marginalization and oppression, and not even think about the loss of creativity and problem solving and advancement that we can make as a society if we would allow other voices, other experiences, other traditions to participate in this field. So what does change look like for me? And for me, like I always think about my sister-in-law, who is a Latinx immigrant as well, and she went to technical school, and she studied drafting. See, I don't really know what I'm talking about. And she really wanted to go to architecture school, but her and my brother got married at 19. They were very young, and they moved out of the state. They went to a different state, and she wanted to study architecture. But in order for her to study architecture, she needed to leave my brother and go and immerse herself into school. But she couldn't do that because now she had a family, and she had to work full time to maintain her family. And she ended up going into construction management because construction management made a space for her. And now she's being very successful in a construction management firm. And to me, it's like what success looks like is for her to be able to go to school, to be able to become an architect, and really working through her dreams and not having to go to something that ended up working for her. But it wasn't the thing that she wanted because the door was shut for her. So with that, I'll give it over to Stephanie.
Thank you, Joanna, for that introduction. So I became the director of the School of Architecture here at OU in 2016. And since that time, working with my colleagues, and especially the Faculty Development Committee over here, we've been trying to figure out how to create a more inclusive environment for our students. But we realized pretty early on that we did not have the answers in terms of how to do that. So there's a tendency among architecture faculty to look back on their own time in school and their own education and think that, hey, that worked for me because I'm here and I'm, successful. So that must be the best way to teach our students. And the problem with that thinking is that it ignores all the absences in the room, the people for whom that method didn't work. We can't know even today, like, who's missing from this room, who was marginalized or excluded or made to feel unwelcome. We can't know the histories and lives and perspectives and possibilities that were excluded from this room, from architectural education, from the profession as a whole, because of some of the practices in architecture school. And so here at OU, that kind of realization led us to look towards research on learning and teaching and bias. And we invited some of our colleagues from the College of Education to come in and literally school us on how to adapt our teaching to the students who are in our classroom. And we've also been turning to a lot of great reading. So we read How Learning Works here on the right. which has some great information. It really synthesizes a lot of the latest research on learning and teaching, and in particular is helpful in thinking about motivation. Like, we learned that being publicly berated doesn't motivate most people. Even though it might have worked for those of you in this room, it doesn't really work. We also have been reading Claude Steele's research on stereotype threat in the book Whistling Vivaldi, and I'll return to that a bit later. And we've been reading Peak, thanks to Elise Newman here in the front, who introduced us to that book. And I want to share just one important takeaway from that has changed our thinking about teaching. The book Peak is scientific studies of how we develop expertise in a given field. And it talks about things like how we learn to play piano, play tennis, become computer software programmers, architects, engineers. It's really looking at what are the common elements of the development of expertise across all of those various fields. And what it establishes is that it's not innate talent or natural ability for almost all things that we can learn, even perfect pitch. It can be taught. What matters is the quality of your practice and the amount of time you put into practice, but really the quality of practice. And it develops this whole theory of deliberate practice, which I won't go into. But the thing that is radical for us as architecture educators is because that shifts our role in the classroom. So no longer is it our job to identify which students have natural ability and talent and to push the others out. Our job is to recognize that every single student in our classroom has the potential to become a great designer. What will distinguish those who do and do not become great designers is the quality of their practice. So our job is to teach them how to use their time wisely and challenge themselves. And that has really shifted our thinking here at OU. So with that, I will turn it over to Carmina.
So I will go very, very fast in a whirlwind trip into one example of one of the programs, this one at Hampton University, where I teach. And I just want to tell you who I am. I study architecture in Puerto Rico, completed doctoral studies at the University of Michigan, where I learned what it was to be a Latina, Hispanic, Puerto Rican in a predominantly white university close to a black city, Detroit. Where are we? We are in Hampton Roads, the peninsula, it's called, where the meteorite formed Chesapeake Bay at the entrance of the James River and the Potomac River, and also where there's a very seminal project by Hilliard Robinson, Aberdeen Gardens, that was designed for, built by, owned by African Americans, and continues to be a LEAF project that it's now a historic landmark. Hampton University is next to historical town of Hampton, a second, or actually oldest English-speaking settlement in the United States. And I'm sure you read the 1619 supplement in the New York Times and know that the first Africans arrived in Point Comfort right next to us. The university was established in 1868 after the U.S. Civil War by the American Missionary Association and the Freeman Bureau. Booker T. Washington, the founder of Tuskegee Institute, was a student at Hampton University, and the motto, it was training for the head, the hands, and the heart. Very important, the heart. It was a trade program from its inception. The first construction engineering courses were offered in 1922, and Albert Farwell Bemis, millionaire of that time, gifted the building that we now occupy, designed by Theo Ballou White, who was a student of Paul Cret. So we have Bemis Hall that was designed in a Art Deco Belgian style. That's what I have been told. And the first architecture course was offered in 1940. The founder of the program was William H. Moses. first African-American licensed architect in Virginia. He studied at Penn State, NYU, and Columbia, worked for Bernard Woodson Tandy, Madam Walker's architect, imagine that. And Hampton University certainly is a place of tradition, of respectful relationships, of legacy, and what are we? We are a private institution with open admission program, 5.5-year master, 7 full-time faculty, 2 adjuncts, and I am the only full professor. I mean, I want more to be like me. Who are our students? They are middle class, some students of privileged backgrounds, mostly suburban, committed to their extended families and to their communities, and they inhabit several homeworlds. Why are our students at Hampton? Because they want to be architects, because of family legacy, HBCU experience. It's the only accredited program in Hampton Roads. It's small, and because of our focus, urban design, and service to underserved communities of color, and, very important, sea level rise. Everything floods. So, as a faculty, how do I make sure that space for learning is created? Well, I have to be open to adjust what I'm doing based on students' interests. Projects and work has to be relevant in terms that it serves current and future needs. It has to be application-based. There has to be a takeaway. Formal abstractions, precious objects usually are not exciting. I have to be respectful at all times, and they respond in the same way. Community building oriented and collaborative, because competition is really a turn off. And what I'm showing you is just images of review. We use a lot peer-to-peer, and they take it very, very seriously. Ending story. Yesterday, Niels Gore and Shannon Chris shared with us a very, very beautiful note from one of their young students. And the student said, "Will you miss us?" And that reminded me of my students who always ask me every semester when we have the final review, I teach thesis, "Are you excited about our work?" And I say, "Yes." "Are you anxious about us failing?" And I say, "No, why should I? I expect the best." Because the work that we do together matters. It has to matter to me too. Thank you.
Promise you interaction. So we're going to get you started with that. So we just talked about some of the impacts of architectural education and the way that we have done it, how we're thinking of our framing, who has access, some of our ideas. And we want to start thinking about our own experiences. Because we think that if you don't know where you're coming, you don't know where you're going. And we don't take time to explore. Like, how did this work for me? Like, what was my experience? Because we're done, right? And you're like, I don't want to look back at that again. Like, that was, like Stephanie was saying, like, that was painful. Or maybe that worked. Who knows, right? But we want to, thank you. We want to start to have some conversations, and we want to do some interviews. And in the name of building community, if we ask you if you feel comfortable to talk to somebody who you don't know, because if we don't know each other, we're not going to change the world together. So that's an invitation. And we're going to ask you to interview each other. So each person, you're going to pair up, and each person's going to have 3 minutes to interview the other person. And I'm going to let you know when to switch. And we want you to kind of focus on the story. Don't focus on answering every single question. That's not the important part. The story is the really important part here. And as an interviewer, we want you to really be curious. We know that you can get excited and you want to share your story, and you're like, yes, and this is my experience too. And we're not doing that. This is not the part to do that. Here, you want to listen. listen to what the person's saying. And you might have to allow for science, and that's okay. We can get comfortable with science. It's not going to hurt you or kill you or anything like that. And we're asking you to take notes because we're going to do something with the information. If you want to find out more or like probe so that the person can continue with their story, or you feel that there's more to it, like invite the person to tell you more, or ask them what makes that experience important to them. How were they affected by it? What others were doing that helped them out, or how has this experience changed them? Are we good on the instructions? All right, I'm going to take your word for it. So here's the interview questions. So I want you to think about your time as an architecture student, or if you're not an architecture student, your time in school. And think about, when do you feel your ideas and experiences were valued? Like, when were you like at your best? Are you like, yes, people are listening to me? What did your professors do that made it exciting for you? What did the staff do that made you feel welcome? How did your classmates support you? When did you learn? What was the environment like when you learned the most? Are we good? At the questions clear? All right. You are allowed to get up. So if you want to, you can do that. So if you can find a partner, and I'll let you know when to start, and then I'll let you know when to switch. That good? All right. Oh, thank you. Are you ready? Does everybody have a partner? Yeah? All right, 3 minutes. Do you identify who's going to go first, who's going to be the interviewer, and who's going to be the interviewee? Yeah? All right. 3 minutes, start, go. right. So our first 3 minutes are up. You can thank your partner for sharing a little piece of their story, a little piece of their heart. Take a deep breath. All right. Now we're switching. So if you were interviewing, now you're telling a story. If you were telling a story, now you're interviewing. Ready? 3 minutes, go. Three minutes are up. So we're going to take another deep breath. Great. So now what we're going to do is we're going to get into small groups. And where is my, here's the clicker, of 5 to 6 people. The number is not important. You just want to have enough people to have a conversation. And we want you to share, and we're going to do this for like 3-4 minutes. So make sure that you share the time. Reminder for a lot of us who have privileged identities or who are in positions of power that we feel more comfortable talking, and particularly for extroverts. We are very comfortable, and some of us who might have more marginalized identities, who are carry the burden of oppression a lot more, or are introverts, might not feel as comfortable. So please keep that in mind in your participation. So we invite people to make space, and we if you take a little space, and if you don't take a little space, we invite you to take some. Yes, share. And this applies to the entire session. So we want you to share in your groups. What was the most energizing or inspiring story that you heard? And what surprised you about that story? You can stand. You don't have to talk to the people around you. You can, but you don't have to. And we're gonna have 5 minutes for that. All right. I'll tell you when to stop. So actually 4 minutes. Go. Halfway through our time, so make sure that you're sharing the space and the time. 2 more minutes. So I hope everybody had a chance to share. If you didn't get a chance to share, please continue talking after this session. Your conversation doesn't need to end right now, and we need more stories of things that have worked really well, because we focus a lot on the things that haven't worked, and we need to start rooting on things that have worked. So really quickly, in one sentence, we want 2 or 3 people to share some of the things that they were inspired by. Quickly. That were more similar than different? Awesome, thank you.
I'll say, this is Kendall Nicholson, ACSA. I'll say that there was a lot of congruence, but it seemed like intentionality and care for person, much like you all commented, seemed to be what made the difference for a lot of us. We didn't really talk much about who the person was. Like, we didn't talk about whether the person was black or brown, or it was really just about that there was one person that we were able to communicate to, and they were able to communicate back to us, and it made sense, or, we felt like they were really intentional and deliberate about it.
So intentionality and care was important. Great, thank you. One more?
Word for word.
So it seems to be a theme. Anybody has something different that they want to share?
Well, I think a couple of us talked about, or at least half of us talked about, we didn't have a direct path. We were an architecture program, but we weren't just that new architecture design type person, but we had other interests, and we were able to find faculty members who would nurture us to get through that process.
Okay, that.
Not everybody's going to go design those big glossy magazine buildings or other interests.
So people who support the multiplicity of paths that you can have in the profession. Well, thank you so much. Really, what we want to take away from this part is that we need to recognize that our backgrounds and our social identities, and you said that it didn't matter sometimes, and sometimes you think about who's talking to you. So, really be mindful of that. The ways that they play a role in success and how you achieve success. And there are many ways to motivate and inspire students. And it's important to understand how we thrive and find inspiration, because not all of us find it the same way, right? It's like that connection and that intentionality is the same, but the way that it's done might be different for different people. And we need to recognize that our students might be different, and they are different from when you went to school. Okay? So with that, I'm handing it over to Marianne.
We're going to do a little exercise again. I mean, physically exercise, but I will ask you to look at or to reflect on the students that you have this semester. I'm going to call out characteristics that are very common in first-gen students, diverse students. But I want you, if you're able to, stand up when I go over this list, or you can also raise your hand. So how many of you have students who are over the age of 50 this semester? Stand or raise your hand. Okay. Thank you. What about who of you can sit down now. How many? Yeah, this is going to be quads. Okay. How many of you have students who bring children to the classroom? Okay, good. Okay. What about a student that plays in the band? Okay. Wow. Yeah. A student of color. Okay. Okay, thank you. A student that works full-time before and after class. Okay. Back there. Okay, thank you. A student who's a parent. many. Right? No, but there are parents who don't have children. There are parents who don't have children. Okay. A student who is the first one to go to college in their family. Okay. There you go. A student who is an undocumented immigrant. Yeah. Okay. A student who's pregnant this semester. Wow. Okay. Okay. A student with mental health issues. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Good. Thank you. A student who financially supports their family. Yeah. Okay. A student who's homeless. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. A student with physical or learning disabilities. Yeah. Mm-hmm. A transgender student. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. A student who's food insecure. Yeah. Sometimes we don't know about it necessarily, but they are there. A student who is a caretaker to an adult. Mm-hmm. Great. Okay. Thank you very much. What about, is any of you, or are you experiencing personally, and again, this is your choice, if you're experiencing any of those above right now, or all of them, sorry. Yeah, yeah, yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yes, yes, yeah. No, you yourself, you personally, okay? Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. You were before and after, right? Before and after, yeah. Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, okay. So what's the takeaway from this? Mm-hmm. Right. So our students are all different, and they're all experiencing different life issues, right? If you have the chance, read the book Bandwidth, and many of our students have very small bandwidths, right? And just as a dean, sometimes our faculty don't necessarily know what's happening in their students' lives. I get it. And there were times I had to take personally a student to the counseling center because of suicidal thoughts. So it happens. And as you said, we have to be emphatic. Not emphatic. We need to empathize with our students. What other takeaways do you have from just standing up and knowing that there's really diversity in our students' lives? Yes. 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 Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Yes. Yes. Mm. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hmm. Yeah. 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 That's a good point. Samya? Oh, and then. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Good. Would you like to? Yep. Yes. 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 Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
how can we get the best out of it if we don't know what's blocking, the group from getting there. So and the interesting thing is I'm also an advisor to a student organization where they are much more forthcoming about what's going on in their lives. And so oftentimes I have insights into my students that the other professors don't have. But there's also a certain amount of, I don't want to betray their confidence about what's going on to those other professors. So I encourage them to say, listen, get the time, go to your professor, tell them what's happening, how this is getting in the way of your work. They don't always feel comfortable. That's right. So we should definitely talk more about how faculty could support you getting to know your students so that you can they'll feel comfortable coming to you when they have a problem or if they're dealing with a situation, so that you can understand and know how to adjust, for what's happening. Because a lot of them, they don't want to talk. And I don't want to portray their confidence, about something they told me private to the rest of my faculty.
Right. That's so true. And we as faculty members, I don't teach anymore. Yeah, knowing, those signs. They're absent three times consecutive. What do you do? Just mark them, give them a D? No, find out what's going on. And one last takeaway from this exercise, the quad exercise. Any other? Yes.
When I started teaching, my background's in education. And so when I started teaching, someone gave me this great advice that I used all the time I was teaching, which is that education is about the 3 R's, right? Rigor, relevancy, and relationship. And I think oftentimes rigor is like obvious, right? And then we try to make content relevant. But the relationship piece, if you don't have that, then you're not going to get the best out of your students. And so all of the things that you called out are dependent on having that relationship piece. It's going to be hard to ask for rigorous or demanding workload if the students don't trust you, you know, if you don't have the relationship. So.
And just FYI, as a dean, when somebody reports something, you as faculty members, depending on the
All right, so now that we've talked about the students in our classroom, I want to help us think through what are some of the impediments to creating inclusive learning environments. So the culture of architecture schools in the US has been largely created and shaped by elite white men. And I think the pictures Joan showed yesterday were such a stark reminder of that, right? There were very few people in those pictures who weren't elite white men. And consequently, aspects of architecture school culture have long served to advance the values and power of that one group. And that advancement comes at the expense and exclusion of people of color, women, working class, people with disabilities, basically anyone not part of that group. And within the culture of architecture, there continues to be practices that serve to exclude, marginalize, or kind of weed out. And sometimes we might not even realize that these practices are doing that. And so I'm hoping we can kind of surface collectively some of the things that we've noticed, because we're all here, so we're paying attention to this, about that. And I'm going to kind of skip through this. I will say it's a great book and helps us think about that. But really, what I want you to do in your groups now is take 5 minutes and share what are some of the things that you've noticed. What are the roadblocks to inclusivity in the classrooms that you're aware of? What are the things that we call traditions in architecture school that serve to marginalize people? And then I'm going to invite you to share that out. So you've got 5 minutes. You have about 1 minute left, and then I'm going to ask you to share some of the things that you heard. All right. I hate to break up these conversations, but I'm going to ask you to now share some of the things that you heard, like about what are these impediments. Who wants to volunteer first and share? Or I'm going to call on people. Not yet. All right, back here, Karen.
Students who were unable to buy supplies, so we immediately get in studios and we say, okay, here's this project, do this project, and we don't ever think about, but you can sometimes see on their face, oh, that means I have to go buy this stuff and it's going to be expensive, and I just don't have the funds to do that. So that's a real roadblock for some of them.
That is a huge impediment.
I thought I'd build on that. We had the same conversation, and then so use recycled materials when you can. It's good for the environment too. Another one was software expenses, and that sometimes they just really can't afford to do that. So could we as a nation of schools come together and approach some of these software companies and say, can you provide a scholarship or free access to students? Could that be something we could do?
That's a great idea. And Kendall, I'm going to put that on our AACSA agenda, right? They should be granting free software to students in order to get them hooked on it, for no other reason. Yeah. All right, right here, Samya.
Faculty expectation of, thank you. Faculty expectation that students will be working during holidays.
Yes.
Review culture rewards extroverts. The environment of the studio is an impediment. Many students say that they like to work at home because it's either too cold or just the environmental condition of if it's too big and loud and all of that. And lastly, and the most importantly, precedents are not inclusive.
Oh, yes. We can all, I think, do a better job with that. And as one who teaches history, I hear you. Other ideas right here. Thank you, Jerry. You're getting your exercise training for that next race.
Okay, I was just saying to my group that we should be more cognizant of how we deploy our students out into the public for projects. I told them a story about I had a student, and it's happened multiple times since then, but it was the first time I was confronted with it. I had a student who was deployed to go out and measure a site and document that site for an urban project, and he had the cops called on him because a lady in the neighborhood thought that he was casing homes and trying to break into his own truck, which was a very nice truck. And he did not know how he was going to get the project done, how he was going to do the work that he needed to do. And, a lot of, the professors didn't know how to address that. I said, the way you address it is you go out and you maybe talk to the community, or we come up with some other ways or best practices to prepare our students for those kinds of situations. That may not happen. That might not ever happen to a white student, but right. People take it for granted that not every student can move through the world like that.
That's so important, yeah. One last comment on an impediment right back here in the back. What are the impediments to creating an inclusive culture?
Yeah, something Kendall mentioned was pinup culture, and you had mentioned it too, but like tearing people down is actually just tearing people down. Like it's not much more to it than that. It's in a way like see it and just picture in my head. It's like a man berate, and I've seen this in many reviews too. Like it's a very gendered thing too. It's like men primarily will do that. And unfortunately, like, it doesn't just take men to be doing it, but I think it's a patriarchal culture and the assumption that, like, I had one particular professor in college who's well known for, like, tearing down her female students worse than her male students because she thinks that they need that to make it in this world. But, like, rather than trying to deconstruct the culture as a whole, we just put up with that.
Yeah, we definitely need to do something about that. And I'm going to turn it over to Carmina now, who's going to lead our last exercise in thinking about solutions. Yes, you can still stand because she's going to.
All right, the last section, and let me tell you that you are providing the closing remarks. So when you get together, remember what we said at the beginning, that students are not blank slates. Try to bring back those interviews that you did in the first session. And we want to ask you, how do we co-create inclusive classrooms? But in particular, we have these two questions for you. What have you tried in terms of valuing the knowledge and experiences of your students, and what has worked? So what are the experiences, knowledge, and skills students bring to the classroom? How do we value them? But really what we want to know is, what have you tried and what has worked? And you have 5 minutes to talk about this, and there will be a sharing session where we will be using an invisible ball to select who's going to talk. Okay, get ready to wrap up. Time for closing remarks. All right. We're closing this session. You're leaving now? Okay, all right. So this is how this works. I have an invisible ball in my hand. I'm going to throw it to somebody who's going to give us some very brief remarks. And then that person is going to throw the invisible ball to another group. It cannot be the same group. All right? All right. I'm going. You with glasses looking at me? You? Okay, okay.
Hi, everyone. Well, I'm just an intern here, but I just want to say that it was really cool to be a part of this group and to see that there's so many professors here who know so much about their students and care about their students and recognize the struggles that we go through. And so, yeah, I just really appreciated the session and seeing that you guys take our lives and our struggles seriously. So thank you. Oh, you.
Right here. Someone in our group mentioned that it's usually more difficult to achieve a meaningful professor-student relationship in larger groups, like in lecture courses, for instance. And I'm not an educator, but I've recently been a student. I graduated from college in last May. And one of my most memorable experiences was a professor named Betsy Blackmar, who's quite a well-known historian. And she teaches this lecture course called The Making of the Modern American Landscape. And she presents hundreds of images over the course of this semester of photos that she's taken since the 1970s out of plane windows, trains, cars, walking down the street. But something that she does at the beginning of this course, every time she teaches it, is she asks every student in the class, and this is, could be 100, 200 people, to email her 5 images of things that they've seen in the American built landscape. So that could be something that's next to your dorm building, something like it could be your family home that you grew up in, something that you saw on a trip. And over the course of the semester, she incorporates at least one contribution from every student into her lectures and thanks you by name during the lecture where your image is incorporated. So students would be in this lecture about, the impact of colonial architecture in the American South, and then would see their home presented on the screens, or a lecture about shotgun houses. And then it's their grandma's house on the screen. And, they all get called out by name by this, very famous historian. And it's a really meaningful experience in such a large environment to have that sort of connection. Yeah. I'm going to throw it over there.
Solutions. Well, I just got to my university, and I do have a couple students, and I've found that I have to be there for them, and they're not even my students. So I do have a student, and it's kind of a roundabout story, but I'll just say that they're working. So, and I think I realized that if they were my student and I knew they had issues, personal life that, could affect their dynamics and as a student, I could have a great conversation with them and get them on track or help them figure out how to get through these obstacles. But there are some people traditionally who don't value someone working. So unfortunately, I had to kind of tell her that don't tell anyone you're working. That's kind of the only answer. But in the meantime, that's my role to start trying to reach out as many people as I can. I think every corner is it. How about right there?
Say what you
So, sharing a student's perspective on this, one of the biggest things that I found that helped me in my studio courses is when a professor comes in and doesn't try and carry themselves as if they are in that position of power. We know as students that they're there to teach us because they have more education and more life experience, and we embrace that, and it helps us learn better when we can relate to a professor on a personal level as if they are giving us the same respect that they expect out of us. And building those personal relationships and not feeling like they are carrying themselves as such a higher power position is how we can relate better and feel like we can build that trust to share personal issues.
So closing again, thank you, the University of Oklahoma, for giving us the space to have this conversation with you, and certainly we're very grateful to you for participating in this effort. Yes? Yes? Yes. Yes. So, Kendall, do you want to talk about the cards? Just as a closing 30 seconds?
But we talked about this very thing about solutions, the ways to eradicate barriers, and so ACSA has a set of cards, they're called Cards for Equity, and I happen to have one of those set of, I think there's 70.
You can buy them for...
I don't even know, but
okay.
They're on the website, so if you're interested, there they are.
So thank you again. Uh-huh. Point taken, tremendous complexity, but I have to tell you a story of 20 seconds. I traveled with a group of students when I was teaching at Florida A&M. We went through Eureka, Virginia. I was traveling with a senior faculty from FAMU, a black woman, Laverne Wills-Bowie. We arrived at midnight. AAA had made the reservations in the hotel. We walk in, I stay outside in the van. She goes in with the students, all black students. The man, a white man, I mean, it's a matter of what you look like. Because I cannot deny that when I go into a place, Elise, and I know your point, it's well taken. It's thinking. But the man in the behind the counter said, I'm not giving you these rooms. She got me in the van. I went in, and she's very, very powerful woman. I went in and I asked God, what's going on? And he said, I'm not going to give her the rooms, but I'll give you the rooms. So, point well taken. There's thinking, but we cannot change what we look like, and the stereotypes. It's a problem of stereotypes too. It's a super complex, and we need to continue because we need to go into a break, and there's a lot of other presentations. And thank you again. Yes, coffee.
Check, 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 check. Mic check one. Mic check one.
Yeah, it looks really interesting. I'm so sorry I couldn't come to all of it. Yeah. So it's good? All right. Good afternoon, everybody. So you just want to test out the sound, see how it's going. Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to introduce Professor Sharon Sutton. Yeah. My ability to see the see my notes.
Right. That's still in the media aspect. I'll check that here in a second. You still have plenty of light there?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay. And then
Yeah. Yeah, and even, you know, if we don't find the stand, it's good here too. That'll work.
What I'll do is about 10 minutes before,
Yeah.
I'll come down and give you the mic. If you'll just meet me right down here.
Okay.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to introduce Professor Sharon Sutton. As you may recall, if you were here during that very first session, the very first panelist, Professor McClung, referenced Sharon in her talk. And it's so lovely to be able to come full circle and welcome her here today. Sharon is an activist, educator, and public scholar who promotes inclusivity in the cultural makeup of the city-making professions and in the populations they serve. She's the 12th African-American woman to be licensed to practice architecture in the U.S. She's the first African-American woman to be promoted to full professor of architecture. She was the second African-American woman to be elected a fellow in the American Institute of Architects, and the first African-American woman to be president of the National Architectural Accrediting Board. She's author of a number of books and articles, most recently, When Ivory Towers Were Black, a story about race in America's cities and universities. She's been calling for a rethinking of the culture of architecture schools for at least 30 years. Please help me welcome Professor Sharon Sutton.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Angela Pearson and Professor Anthony Curcio, for inviting me to serve as Gulf Chair of Creative Architecture and keynote speaker for your 2020 conference on Rethinking Architecture Pedagogy. I am thrilled to be among the distinguished group of practitioners and scholars who have held this position. Thank you, Steering Committee, for the Gulf Chair of Creative Architecture Fund, for your forward-thinking stewardship of this endowment. Thank you, all my dinner hosts and chauffeurs who want me to make sure I feel comfortable, rested, and nourished while in Oklahoma. Thank you, attendees and students. Are there students here? Oh, better go out and get some more students because the lecture is dedicated to you. And thank you posthumously, Bruce Goff, for your advocacy of the right and potential of each and every one of us to be creative. I'm going to start by telling you a story you already know, in order to lay the groundwork for my lecture. So just be patient with me while I tell you this story that you already know, and as I go along, hopefully you will see that there is method in my madness. Bruce Goff was born in 1904, the very year that my mother was born, and he died in 1982 at age 78, 2 years before she did. He grew up impoverished in what was once envisioned as a state where more than 30 Native American nations were to be confined, beginning his more than 60-year career just as women won the right to vote. Much of his career occurred within a segregated, patriarchal, and homophobic society, and in particular within the conservative ethos of Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. Yet his writings and interviews with those who knew him confirm that Goff saw his own idiosyncratic creativity as a deeply engaged, non-hierarchical social process. This self-taught architect, who became chair of the University of Oklahoma's School of Architecture with only a high school education, was known to listen so intently to his clients' aspirations that he was able to create a precise portrait of them in built form. In a 2008 article in Contract magazine, Tim Murphy wrote that golf, and I quote, was the most democratic of architects because he actually believed that architecture was a combination of the individual architect's expression and the individual client's needs, end of quote. Of the 500 buildings he designed, 150 were constructed, mostly houses for private clients, and reflected his belief that clients' needs and preferences and the site were his most important design determinants. To understand those needs and preferences, Golf approached his clients as collaborators in the design process. For example, not too long before his death, he wrote an introduction for a portfolio of his work that accompanied an exhibition at the Yellowstone Gallery. In it, he stated that, "I do not work for clients, I work with them." Findings from a study that evaluated his lighting design approach confirmed Golf's advocacy of client participation. The study involved interviews with clients, associates, and apprentices, and concluded that the high levels of satisfaction clients expressed with their lighting might have been related in part to their active participation in the design process. Thus, in addition to his original forms and use of materials, Golf is distinguished by his principles of working non-hierarchically with others to realize creative ideas. My assignment for this afternoon is to add some ribbons and bows to the discussion you have been having since yesterday about how to teach design students in the 21st century. In honor of Bruce Golf's legacy, let's begin by considering how their world will differ from the one in which he lived and practiced as an egalitarian individualist who valued non-hierarchical collaboration. And I want you to remember that description as I go along. An egalitarian individualist who valued non-hierarchical collaboration. My talk is about 40 minutes, and so we will have lots of time for discussion about the ideas I'm going to put before you. Certainly, today's students will inherit a much more densely populated and urbanized planet. The Earth had 6 billion people at the beginning of the 21st century, but it will have 11 billion by century's end. Further, though the Earth's population increases by 90 million every year, just 2 million of the increase occurs in industrialized countries, with the rest taking place in impoverished ones where more and more people will subsist without adequate shelter, clean air, safe drinking water, sanitation, or hygiene, all the things the designed environment is supposed to provide. On this densely populated planet, today's students will inherit increasing stratification between moneyed persons and destitute ones. For example, some persons in their potential client base will be highly mobile because they have the economic resources to take business and leisure trips, or because they own multiple residences. Others in their potential client base will be highly mobile because they are homeless, are refugees, or have been displaced by natural disasters. Some will be well educated with access to elite decision-making structures, while others will be illiterate and completely disenfranchised. Due to these socioeconomic differences, and also because of the increased global flow of information and people, today's students will inherit higher levels of mistrust and intolerance among different social groups, as is already happening at this moment. As they attempt to create the cities of the future, they will encounter a public besieged by deep sociocultural conflicts, unable to compromise or have a dialogue about living together in what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once referred to as one great world house. Today's students will also inherit a planet upon which millions of people are unable to pay the escalating cost of shelter. The gap in housing affordability, which is especially severe in larger cities and in poorer countries, means that worldwide, almost 330 million urban families either live in substandard housing, are paying an inordinate amount of their income for housing, or are homeless altogether. By the time today's students are licensed practitioners, about 1/2 billion urban households worldwide will live in crowded, substandard housing. Nor will trillions of dollars in government subsidies fix the crisis, because many residents of poorer countries choose shantytowns over the capriciousness of government-financed housing. These shantytowns lack all the benefits of places planned and designed according to modern codes and regulations, but in many world cities, they exist side by side with lavishly designed, high-end residences. Then comes the challenge of vanishing non-renewable resources. The extraction of fossil fuels, minerals, and metal ores from the Earth's surface and their conversion into energy during Gulf's era enabled unimaginable development. At the same time, increasing populations, increasing economic growth, and increasing technological dependence is destroying the world's ecosystems. Today's students will be burdened with the cost of overused and misused resources by previous generations. Their potential client base will live in a world of rolling blackouts, food and water shortages, oceans filled with plastic, denuded forest, and diminished biodiversity. In short, today's students will inherit a planet densely populated by people who are economically and culturally stratified, unable to work together to address such pressing challenges as inadequate housing and homelessness, depleted non-renewable resources, destroyed ecosystems and wildlife, pollution, and vanishing landmass due to climate change. The competencies they will need to work on such a planet are vast. However, in the spirit of Bruce Gulf, I would like to focus on the relational abilities that will help students be creative on a culturally divided and ecologically damaged planet. Like many people, Goff saw creativity as an individual pursuit, but clearly the challenges of tomorrow will require designers who can work across difference, whether with their colleagues, with client groups, or with the public. Even now, most buildings are socially constructed not just by individual architects, but also by their co-workers, the organizations they work within, clients, consultants, review bodies and funding agencies, policymakers, the public, and builders. To realize a design, architects must be able to engage with many different stakeholders over a period of years in order to nurture a project through its many stages of development. For example, consider the National Museum of African American History and Culture, which many people attribute to architect David Frank Adjaye. However, the idea for this project began in 1915 when Black Union Army veterans campaigned for a memorial to honor Negro achievement. That's before Adjaye was born, and 101 years before the building's completion. Congress adopted legislation in 1929, but provided no funding for the monument, so the idea died until after the Civil Rights Movement, when debates heated up about whether the federal government should underwrite the museum or whether a white institution could possibly represent Black history. At the behest of Congressman John Lewis, President George W. Bush created a commission to study the project 86 years after its conception, which resulted in Congress appropriating funds and authorizing the Smithsonian to adopt the project. The Smithsonian, in turn, established a board of 19 luminaries like Oprah Winfrey, who named a museum director and selected a site on the mall. In 2005, two older pioneer Black architects, Philip G. Freelon and J. Max Bond Jr., formed a partnership with the museum to move the project forward. They completed a 1,200-page, 6-volume program specifying both the quantitative and qualitative aspects of a $500 million, 350,000 square foot museum, thinking it would be their passport to being awarded the commission. Instead, the museum's board used the program to launch an international competition, shortlisting 6 large partnerships and receiving public testimony on their proposals. Freelon and Bond had expanded their initial partnership to include the up-and-coming Adjaye. Ultimately, this conglomerate won the competition and began designing the building 94 years after its conception. The building opened in 2016 and became one of the Smithsonian's 4 most visited museums, the outcome of a design process that required interactions among many different individuals, including a 33-member design team, the staff of 4 architecture firms and 31 consultants who collaborated to produce 2,000 sheets of drawings and 6,000 pages of specifications that were reviewed by multiple agencies, including the Secret Service. The design process of the future will be even more contested and will require enormous interpersonal skills. To get a handle on those skills, consider this continuum of public engagement, which places more conservative, top-down interactions on one end at the left, and more transformative, bottom-up ones at the other end on the right. Top-down engagement often takes the form of public hearings and meetings, while bottom-up engagement often takes the form of public interest projects. And somewhere in between are design charrettes and workshops. Let's first take a look at public hearings and meetings and the relational skills they involve. Due to disastrous top-down planning decisions that destroyed as many as 1,600 African American communities during the urban renewal of the 1950s and 1960s, citizens now must be involved in decisions that affect them. Projects on government-owned land, publicly funded projects, and even private development that affects the public right-of-way require citizen participation, typically through testimony at public hearings and meetings. Architects and other professionals usually serve as appointed members of the boards or commissions that are charged with reviewing such projects. For many years, I was an appointed member of various boards and commissions in Seattle, but I became frustrated that citizens were not actually having much say in redirecting the forces of big development. At some point, I began using the extensive knowledge that I had gained about codes and design review processes to benefit the underdog. I teamed up with a land use attorney, a traffic consultant, and other activist professionals to help workers and residents engage in David and Goliath struggles with large corporations. In one case, we tried to help community members reduce the size of a gargantuan hospital expansion into their working class neighborhood, while the traffic consultant investigated noise and safety issues, and a health worker looked into the hospital's record on serving indigent populations. I conducted an extensive site survey, taking photographs of the neighborhood's topography, housing, and luscious landscape. I testified that the expansion failed to take into account these existing conditions and pointed out errors and deceptions in the architect's drawings and models. Up against the hospital's huge team of high-priced attorneys, we lost that one completely. But residents were delighted that they had put up a good fight to protect their quality of life. In another case, we tried to help members of a food workers union in a two-part protest against a very poorly designed building, which included a Whole Foods store that would displace many small businesses. We were successful in getting the design improved, but our protest against the Whole Foods store were written off as a reaction to the size of the building. To counter this impression, I developed 2 design alternatives showing how the street level of the building could be developed with small businesses, which my team and I presented to every council member who would meet with us. We lost that one by just 1 council member's vote. Meanwhile, the Whole Foods store had already agreed to increased health benefits for the workers. Finally, we instructed hotel workers in testifying at design review hearings for what would be the largest hotel on the West Coast. The project had an enormous and distinguished design team, so our strategy was to come up with objections that would slow down the team's progress. We tutored union members on demanding improvements in their work environment, in traffic flow in and out of the complex, and in the number and design of affordable housing units, which were required due to concessions the project had been granted to enable its large size. While the design team was being sent back to the drawing board at $1 zillion per hour, union organizers were bargaining for better worker benefits. On this one, we won some and lost some, but like before, the union members were delighted that they had put up a good fight to improve their quality of life. Now let's take a look at workshops and design charrettes and the relational skills they involve. And I hope as I'm showing my work that you're thinking about what relational skills I'm using to do these projects. Rather than reacting to what developers have proposed, public participation can generate ideas through hands-on problem solving and consensus building. While mandated participation can hurry up development and prevent legal battles, organizing citizens to imagine and create their surroundings has payoffs in building the shared ideals that are needed to realize complex and costly projects. For example, after at least 20 years of public dialogue about converting Seattle's industrial waterfront into a recreational park, the city chose James Corner to design the project. Corner scaled back his proposal after citizens and officials criticized it as too grandiose. However, even the scaled-back proposal required a $3.3 billion tunnel and a $6 million annual maintenance budget in addition to the cost of the project. Eventually, Corner's proposal was approved due to the public's shared commitment to creating a recreational waterfront that it had evolved through many design charrettes, one of which I facilitated for the Seattle Design Commission. Charrettes reflect a belief that tightly scheduled brainstorming promotes creative consensus building. The most successful charrettes bring factions of a community together to focus mental energy, heighten awareness, and develop an understanding of a difficult, timely problem. In rare circumstances, charrettes can provide a structure for helping large numbers of stakeholders re-examine fundamental beliefs. At the University of Washington, I developed a charrette methodology as director of an interdisciplinary research lab that advanced participatory planning and design. The methodology, which created a dialogue between university and K-12 students, began with architecture students helping public school youth develop design solutions for a problem in their community. The youth would come to the university to present their ideas at the beginning of a week-long charrette. Then architecture students, sometimes joined by landscape architecture and urban planning students, would work with faculty and practitioners to develop those ideas. At the end of the charrette, the students would present their collective work in the community, with doctoral students in social work and education evaluating the entire process from the perspective of each of the participant groups, the K-12 youth, the university students, the faculty, practitioners, community, and so forth. To give some examples, the Sites of Learning charrette addressed a highway-dominated suburb. It resulted in proposals for improving the pedestrian environment by linking its public schools with residential areas. Over many years, this dialogue resulted in sidewalks being installed around 3 elementary schools. It also resulted in an outdoor learning laboratory at one of the schools that was designed and built by children, teachers, and parents with the assistance of volunteer students and professionals. The West Seattle charrette addressed how to accommodate growth while maintaining a neighborhood's small-town feel. This charrette resulted in drawings that were included in Seattle's neighborhood design guidelines. The Coleman School's charrette took place just after Seattle's Urban League purchased a long-abandoned school in a historically black neighborhood that it intended to develop as an African-American museum with housing. The charrette generated ideas for reconnecting the school property to the surrounding neighborhood and resulted in a doctoral dissertation on community redevelopment practices. Finally, let's take a look at public interest design and the relational skills it involves. Conventional architecture practice depends upon clients who can pay for professional services, which limits architects' ability to address those public needs that are unmet by the private market. Public interest design serves people who cannot afford professional services. It also attempts to address systemic problems in the designed environment and expands architects' capacity to address challenges such as the ones I described at the beginning of the lecture. While at the University of Washington, my students and I teamed up with Donald King Architects, or DKA, to undertake several public interest projects. Through this collaboration, we hope to help stave off the gentrification that Amazon was causing in the city's historically black neighborhood. My students provided design ideas so DKA could provide development services to clients that had little or no wherewithal to pay for them. At the same time, we hope to help DKA, as Seattle's largest black-owned architecture firm, remain solvent during the 2007-2009 recession as majority firms cannibalized its client base. In one case, graduate architecture students created a rationale for redeveloping an underutilized senior center so the city would not sell off the property to private developers. The students added 3 types of affordable housing to the property, each with its own funding stream, and re-envisioned the senior center as a resource in a gentrifying community. Their rationale, more so than their actual designs, resulted in a $100,000 planning grant for the project. In another case, undergraduate students studied the art forms of the African diaspora in order to generate design concepts for the largest remaining block of the historically black neighborhood. They presented these ideas at various community meetings, and after many years of community organizing, the Africa Town Community Land Trust formed and secured a $12 million grant from the city to build affordable housing and related commercial and community uses. So the students planted an idea, and then people started talking about it, and they started organizing. The students were long gone, and then finally it resulted in forming a land trust that got this amount of money. At Parsons School of Design, I've begun working with studio instructors to help students develop the relational competencies I have been illustrating. In studios that are sometimes discipline-based and sometimes interdisciplinary, I discuss the challenges and benefits of collaboration and require journaling so students document their own ongoing experiences, which they use to write an opinion piece that takes a stand for or against collaborative design projects. And I really encourage the students to take a stand against collaborative design projects, but only one student had the nerve to do that. At any rate, here are some of the amazing insights students had. Research suggests that diversity heightens creativity because it broadens knowledge and expertise, thereby increasing the number of alternatives people consider. Here's how Ashley Lamb described the outcomes of having diverse worldviews. And these are verbatim, unedited quotes from the students' op-ed pieces. I am part of a 4-person team in which each person brings a different angle and background to this challenging assignment. Not only do we call ourselves architect, lighting designer, and interior designer, our life experiences, skill sets, and personal interests differ. All these dualities combine to make our project more complex and hopefully more responsive to diverse community needs. Research also suggests that diversity heightens creativity by bringing together people who approach problems in different ways, with some being logical, sequential thinkers, and others being trial and error types who make connections among apparently unrelated ideas. Here's what Sasha Pradham wrote about the outcomes of having diverse thought processes. Collaborative learning at the university, especially in a design program, can enhance the quality of projects and lead to stronger work than any one person could produce individually. While teamwork has often proven difficult and a cause of dispute, one of the most important positives is the transfer of skills and exposure to different approaches that can inspire new ways of thinking and problem solving. Research shows that creative thinking results when team members work together in a non-hierarchical, remember that word, a non-hierarchical relationship that helps them feel safe and learn from each other. Positive relational dynamics that U10 say described in this way. To be creative when working on a design team, you should always be prepared to be amazed by your teammates. Each one of them have strengths that you have to be willing to discover and celebrate. No matter how talented you are, when you put yourself in a more non-judgmental and egoless mindset, you will broaden your design abilities. On the other hand, research findings are clear that collaboration frequently results in conflict because people have different values, priorities, communication styles, and incentives. To manage conflict, they may create a shared way of seeing the world or silence contradictory viewpoints rather than risk rocking the boat. The outcome is a shared mindset that may make it easier for people to agree, but that also stifles creativity by blocking perspectives that contradict the mindset. Lizzie Liu, who's the one person who dared to write against collaborative process, described these detrimental dynamics in the following way. Easygoing personalities lead to group thinking, which in our case cause the design to go in circles without a clear commitment to one direction. Because we always try to incorporate everyone's ideas and unify it into our bigger concept, it takes a long time before we can make any commitment because we don't like rejection of ideas. By the time we had figured out how our team could work most efficiently, midterm had already passed. Despite shortcomings, hopefully these insights into the nature of collaboration have inspired your thinking about how architecture pedagogy might change to prepare aspiring designers to work with a public marked by vast socioeconomic and cultural differences. The relational competencies that I have been describing through the voices of my Parsons students are the ones designers will need to address such pressing challenges as inadequate housing, depleted non-renewable resources, and destroyed ecosystems. As the world's population continues to multiply upon a planet with a decreasing landmass, aspiring designers must have the capacity to help the public envision new relationships with each other and with the earth. They require the competencies to help people envision places that can sustain their livelihoods without destroying the environment, that replace the mechanized processes of agribusiness with land-conserving, labor-intensive food production, that maintain affordability while accommodating the higher densities of an exploding urban population, and that can position housing not as a commodity that produces wealth, but as a fundamental human right. The relational competencies aspiring designers will require are vast. But the spirit of Bruce Goff calls upon each and every one of us to be creative in working collaboratively to address the grand challenges of tomorrow. Thank you very much for inviting me to serve as Gulf Chair of Creative Architecture and keynote speaker for this conference, and for allowing me to share my ideas about an architecture pedagogy for the future. Thank you very much. Yes. I think it's not turned on. Or maybe my ears are just plugged up from the plane.
Is it on now? Yes? Okay, now
it's on.
Okay, thank you so much. That was really a phenomenal lecture and just so inspiring, and I'm amazed at how you connected it so deeply to one of the things Goff did really well. So thank you. I also just want to appreciate that you put these three different activities on the same playing field in terms of public interest design, which right now is very cool, especially among our students, and then leading workshops and charrettes, which is maybe a little less cool, and then engaging in the process of going to meetings, and which is not so cool. And I think it's really refreshing to see those three things as all wonderful outlets for action.
Right.
But I want to ask you a question about something slightly different, which is the relationship between expertise and collaboration, because we've been discussing that a lot at the conference, like how do we value our students' knowledge? And in the examples that you showed, you were bringing your expertise to bear, not just opinions or passion. And I'm just curious to hear if you could reflect a little bit more on the role of expertise in collaboration.
I think this is still turned on. Is it not? Okay. So I don't need to deal with the microphone. You know, we've been talking about that in my studio, because I'm doing a design build studio this semester, and we have 12 students. And so when they can't agree, they say, well, we'll let the client decide. We'll present these alternatives, and whichever one the client likes. And I said, no, you will not. You know, that you have to have confidence in your own expertise to come to the conclusion about what is your best shot at solving the problem. So I think collaboration is not about, you know, giving up your role as the expert. In fact, I think it puts maybe more responsibility on you to know what is, you know, what are you offering, right? And what do you want from the client in order to be able to offer that? So I think collaboration doesn't mean that you are not the expert. You have to maintain that. Good question. Thank you. So good to see you. It's not turned on, I think. You have to turn it on.
No.
So I started many years ago.
Can you hear her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So many years ago, when I first met you at the University of Michigan.
Is that where we met?
Yes.
Okay.
I was a student. I was 24. And,
I am not that old. He was very young.
Yes, and I was there because I was very interested in getting projects built, and they were so expensive, and operating them was so expensive. So that's why I went to the computing program in Michigan. Okay, but I'm going somewhere here. So as I was doing research, I realized that there was, at that time, that was way back in the 80s, that really a major problem we had was assessing process and products, assessing the work that we do. And we continue to have this problem. No, we talk about projects that are delivered on time, that meet the requirements of the client, and then I was just in a session, 1 hour ago, and we were talking about the problem that the students have critiquing each other, peer review, and the value of the juries and the critiques. I mean, I'm going a long way, but what I'm trying to get to is, you talk to us about some very carefully orchestrated process to stop projects that would have very negative implications on the community, but you didn't win.
We didn't win.
So was the process fail? Were the proposals weak? Can we talk about that? It looks like assessment is very important. How we assess.
Do you mean what was being proposed that we were trying to stop?
No, your counter proposals.
Our counter proposals.
You failed because they were weak, or?
No, as I framed them, they were David and Goliath struggles. And I think that, if you're on the right side of things, if you go with the status quo, you have a much better chance of winning. So when I was on the design commission and just looking, I struggled on the commissions, but basically I was with the status quo. And people who would come in to object, we found ways of getting rid of them. So, and it was those people I wanted to give some more power to. So I think when you make the decision that you're going to go against the status quo, you have to expect that you're not going to win. And I ended every one of the stories by saying, but the community was happy. And it was because it gave them a voice, even though they didn't win. I mean, that hospital, they brought 12 attorneys making, I don't know how much money per hour against our one little person who was volunteering. I mean, it was sad. But you have to be willing to do that. And I wouldn't, and afterwards the community had a barbecue and they were celebrating. They lost, but they were celebrating that they had organized and done their very best to save their neighborhood. And, we didn't really expect to win. Right?
Hi. Thank you for that presentation. Just kind of to speak a little bit on what she mentioned. So you worked with these community groups, with unions, these different people to fight against these Goliaths. And in a lot of ways failed, but a lot of ways you, offered agency to these people by giving them some visualization for the things that they needed. How much of those lessons that you learned and those experiences do you bring into your teaching when working with your students on collaborative design and these different design projects?
How much do I bring into my teaching?
Yeah, do you talk about it with them?
Well, I do. Yeah, that's a really hard question to answer off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm.
I do try to help students be willing to be risk takers and also to lose. I think you have to be willing to fail. For example, my teaching, I have to be willing to get bad evaluations. I have, like a whole file full of bad evaluations because I know that I'm not teaching what students are expecting to learn in an architecture school. And so it's, there are going to be a few students who are going to say, oh, you changed my life. And then there are going to be all these other students who say, radical feminist, You know, I started as a French horn player, and you miss a lot of notes. So I got used to having a lot of nerve. And I try to share that just with my own personality and by teaching, helping students be willing to take risks. I'll go back to this design build workshop. So we had a client, by the way, because I can tell I'm going to talk about this workshop because it's on my mind. We are designing a little outdoor pavilion or structure for Weeksville, which is was the second largest black community in postbellum America. And there are now only 4 houses that remain of it, and it would have been destroyed completely except some Pratt architecture professor who was an airplane pilot was flying over and saw those 4 houses, and they got preserved. So it's a whole kind of heritage center now, and it has a backyard, and we're designing this little structure. So our client came to school, and we have a big model of the historic houses and our little structure, and the client was happy. Oh, this is nice. You've made so much progress. And so we went back to the studio, and I said, and my colleagues and I have 2 co-teachers. I'm the team person, and they're the detail construction people. So we agreed that the project, the client was happy with it, but we had not set our standards high enough. And so we said, you know, we have a problem here of how we're going to get 12 people to be creative around one idea. And it's a hard problem, but we'd like for you to spend the weekend trying to figure it out. You know, would you go with us on this experiment? We want you to work in pairs, and for each of, and we established kind of the fundamental criteria of the project, which we had agreed on with the client. We said we have these criteria. We want you to work in pairs, and for you each to develop a really lyrical expression of this concept. And they did it. I mean, it took them a week, but they got to something that was so much better. And they started saying to me, what if the client doesn't like it? We showed them something. We showed them this. What did we do? I said, I think that they will like it. Take a chance. And if they don't, we can always go back to the boring one. So, you know, I think risk-taking is, you know, we're very focused on getting those A's and the grade point average and the good recommendations. But risk-taking is really important.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I wanted to ask a question about social relevancy. So a lot of my work with ACSA is around social relevancy, equity, and diversity in schools of architecture across the country. My question to you is, in the 3 different modes of working and engaging the public, do you find that one of them is more efficient at helping the public understand what architects do? So yesterday, I think it was yesterday, we had a presentation that investigated in a rigorous way the mission of architectural education and came to some conclusion about the architect's desire to help people. But we were talking about it and kind of came to the idea that people don't know that architects are always there to help them. So my curiosity is really about how we inform the public about what it is that architecture has the potential to do.
I'm going to laugh. By doing it. Yeah. You know, I've been hearing this story about people don't know what architects do. Universities don't understand architecture schools. I think that's our fault. I think we have to do stuff that's important to people, that improves their lives. You know, I'm teaching a housing seminar now, and it got canceled because I didn't have enough students. And then a little group of students went and organized and put some pressure on the dean, and they agreed to have. There's a housing crisis in New York City. There's 60,000 homeless people, and there's an architecture school, and there are not 12 people who want to learn about housing? I mean, you know, there's, because it's, who asked the question about something being more interesting and sexier than, yeah, right there, right. Because, you know, we're looking for these kind of smash things that is about our own glory rather than the problems of the built environment that I described at the beginning that are huge. Let's start working on something that has social relevance. And I can't think of anything that's more relevant right now than housing. I mean, you know, you have a third of the California, New York, Chicago. You have space out here, so you probably don't have a housing crisis. But we're talking about a nation and a world that has a housing crisis. And that's, you know, that's fun. You can't do anything in life without shelter. You can't learn. You can't take care of your family. You can't eat. Housing is the first thing, and we're not paying attention to it. So if we want to be socially relevant, if we want people to understand what architects do, let's do something. You know?
Thank you so much for your very clear message and the range of activities that can go under community engagement. And of course, there can be much more that can happen beyond these three. We know in between these three there are ranges.
Yeah.
I think that what you're saying, students are demanding. And I think that the structures are not there to do them at the scale at which it is needed, so that this approach becomes the Goliath. What can departments, schools, and universities do to make that happen?
Yeah.
And can you also reflect on the tenure process that does not take into account these activities that take more time on the time of the faculty to produce?
That is such a good question. That's a whole article, not it? Community engagement is very labor intensive. And you can't really control, talking about risk taking, you can't control the outcome. Like with the design build project, we're worried that if the Historic Preservation Committee doesn't improve this by May, we don't have a build project. We just have a design project. So there's a risk, plus the amount of effort, and that universities do not, I mean, more because of the work that Boyer did on the scholarship of engagement, that there is more support. But generally speaking, it's a hard thing. I've been on two search committees at Parsons for social justice positions. One is assistant professor of social justice and community engagement, and the other one is an associate professor of social justice and art and design. And when we're interviewing these people, I get concerned that we're going to hire this person, and this person is going to be the person who does community engagement and makes it all work. And it can't work. It has to be at the level that you talked about when you said, what can schools, you know, colleges and universities, it takes all those different levels to make it possible not only for faculty to get promoted, and to be rewarded and to be recognized that if they do a studio that's in the community, it's more than the studio that's in the classroom. I mean, you got to have that whole, one of these charrettes that I would show you would take me a whole year to organize, right? So you have to have, a departmental chair, a college that understands that commitment and puts the time into it, that gives you the staff. And then when you go up for promotion and you got to send out for external reviews, and the person said, well, where are the articles? Where are the photographs? So yeah, I just wrote an afterword or epilogue or whatever it was called for a book about, it's written by 10 women architects at the University of Detroit who were hired as kind of the first women in that school. The person who wrote the foreword was the first woman, and then I wrote the afterwards, and we actually are colleagues and know one another. But I checked out their, the point of the book was how you teach architecture in a city that's in decline. And so they described all of their courses. And in the course of my research for doing the afterword, I checked out what each one of the women had accomplished, and hardly any of them made full professor. I mean, it was shocking that they had taken on this really difficult job of teaching in a school in a declining city and taking students out into the community, because this school has a community design center. So they were kind of affiliated with the community design center and really doing labor-intensive work and yet not getting a reward. So I put it in the article that it's important work, but it needs institutional validation.
Hi, I wanted to thank you for your talk. I'm kind of curious on the collaboration side of things and looking at it maybe through a lens of communication amongst students. I'm wondering if geography plays any role in that, and if you've come across any students who have grown up, let's say, in urban, dense areas versus students that have maybe grown up in rural, less populated areas, and how that kind of plays into their whole process.
Yeah. Well, I don't have the urban-rural issue, but I do teach in a school that's 43% international students. And it's one of the things that we've been talking about on this search is how people would take, a class that's almost half international students who've just gotten to the country, how you develop empathy for what's going on in this country and understanding, and at the same time utilize those students' potential connections to ethnic communities in New York. So I think that's the geography is actually talking about social relevance is our main strength, because design is so place-based. And if you can get people to talk about the places that they know and to develop an understanding across geographies, maybe it will help us to somehow be able to communicate. We've gotten to this terrible, uncivil place. How are we going to develop civility when we're so balkanized in rural versus urban, this culture versus that culture? And the glue is place, the earth, the water, all of the resources that we share. So, I'm trying to see it as an opportunity rather than a disadvantage.
Yes, thank you for your talk. Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Okay.
I have a question that maybe just goes a little outside the boundaries. And I was wondering about the reaction of the architects, the professions, about the work we are doing. you know, there is some antagonism, jealousy, support, you know, because, you know, we actually somehow getting some of the work that maybe professionals to do it. I was wondering if you got, what kind of feedback you got from the architects, you know, for the professionals.
Are you saying competing with professionals?
Yes, we are, you know, we have been doing some works,
Yeah.
not to the extent you have done it, but, you know, there are some architects that are doing the same work, and then we
Yeah.
are engaging our students, and, you know, where we set the boundaries.
Yeah.
And so I was wondering, what's your experience on that one?
Yeah. Well, that was West Seattle, charrette was one that I got into trouble on that because people didn't see that. Usually, my measure of whether students should be doing it is whether the client can pay. And that particular community could have paid. And the students got me on it, and also professionals. You know, why are you doing this work? Because this is not a community that needs volunteer services. So I think that that has to be a very carefully held principle, that when you involve students and you're using their labor, it has to be for a community that cannot otherwise afford the architectural services. And then I think there should be no conflict. Elaborate. I'm saying that they should not be offered to communities that have the ability to pay. If they have the ability to pay, why use student labor? The students are providing a service to communities. If it's community service, it should be to a community that needs service, not to a community that doesn't need service. Is there a seating arrangement? I'm
Everyone's willing to share since we have 4 microphones and 5 speakers. Excellent. And again, this is first come, first serve. I'd like to start here and offer up here that there seems to be general consensus on the need to recruit a more diverse student body and to create more inclusive environments in architecture schools. Having now spent 2 full days immersed in discussions about these very issues, what might you see as the impediments to achieving these goals, or this goal, more inclusive environment in architecture schools? What might be impediments?
Well, we had a good conversation about that in today's session, and we saw a lot of that as being the accreditation issues, right? The silos that we get in between not only our different fields, architecture, landscape architecture, urban planning, how do we cross-list classes, how do we allow credit to count for those? We have so many things that we have to fit in for the accreditation that we really can't fit in those other programs to allow for that, let alone bring in other groups from other schools, other programs, other colleges, and include that.
Well, and as a follow-up, right, it appears that NAB is going to loosen up the structure, the framework of its accrediting, of its criteria, right? So within what we anticipate to be a much looser framework, right?
Hopefully.
Right, but where we have a little bit of flexibility, right? Maybe we could turn this around and say, how might this open up opportunities? Right? What might be how would you take advantage of that?
So before we go there, though, I think there's one thing that we didn't talk a lot about directly, which is you won't get diverse students if you don't have diverse faculty. I mean, if you don't have that reflected in the faculty, how can you possibly go out and convince students and student parents? I think this is the other critical person in the room, is parents. How can you convince them that there's going to be an environment in which their children are going to be able to flourish, or to convince a student that they're going to see faces that they can relate to? So I think opening the conversation more directly in dealing with this in our own body, right, meaning the faculty body, is really critical. And that means changing our hiring practices. If we have, if we're going to talk about diversity, we need to really open that discussion in ways that might be uncomfortable for people, right? I asked one of my colleagues, who is the head of the history department, what he thought. He's African American. I said, what do you think we need to do in order to get, people to apply, African Americans, anything, any insight you can offer? And he said, have them meet with African American faculty from the university, have them go out to dinner, have them meet with them, right? And the question I asked, I said, do you think that's too obvious? Like, it's a funny thing, right? I'm thinking, is that too dark? He said, no, actually, if I'm going to move to a community, I want to know that there are going to be other people who have a shared experience so I can have a conversation with. I thought, well, that makes a lot of sense. Same thing I do. I mean, right? This is not, we just need to be able to have this conversation to get past the barriers that keep us from figuring out what's wrong. And I remember as a chair in a university where there were, out of 90 departments, there were 5 women who were chairs. And at one point, they decided to have a big diversity discussion. And we're sitting in the group with the provost and all the chairs. And it's like, we've got to do diversity. But then there was this conversation about, but we're doing pretty well. I put up my hand and I'm like, no, we're not. Like, look at the room, right? Let's have this discussion more directly. So I'm all for students, being diverse, but until we get some of the front door, until we get the front of the house sort of figured out, it's going to be hard to do that, I think.
Well, let me just add on to that a little bit. I do think some of the other, certainly the other networks that we can take advantage of would be our alumni. And I know in my particular case, I have a number of alumni who are leading firms and are willing to meet with students and can be a part of that recruiting effort. So I'm with you entirely. It's our students need to see faces they recognize, and when they do that, it can be an alumni, it can be during those recruiting moments, it can be seeing success later on in the process, and I hope we take advantage of that. We have a pretty good relationship with the profession in our particular school, and I know that's not the case with every school of architecture in the United States in terms of that division between the academy and practice. I guess maybe to get back a little bit to the question, I do think your question's an excellent one, and I don't know if I entirely will answer it entirely, but I think one of the things that really I was impacted by it in terms of the conversations earlier, was just the discussion about the traditions of architectural education that we are continuing to live with and we don't question very much, and that at some point in time we may have, for a number of reasons, some probably more immediate than others, we may end up jettisoning in the next little while, but the culture of studio and the charrette and the all-nighters and the grand tour and study abroad, these are all traditions that continue to create all kinds of economic hardship and barriers for a number of our students. And I'm not saying get rid of all of them, but if we can transform them or find other ways to have those experiences for a number of students, or for the majority of our students, I think, or to transform those experiences for our students, I think we'll be hopefully moving in a better direction.
So I would recommend reading my book, When Ivory Towers Were Black, because it tells what to do. Columbia did it for a very short period of time, until they realized they didn't have to do it anymore. But you need the money, because there is a difference. I mean, we're talking about racial diversity, which overlaps with class because of the difference in wealth between black families and white families. So you say one is a stand-in for the other. There has to be money to support students. The whole European tour thing, or certain types of study abroad things, was transformed. People went to Africa rather than to Italy. There was faculty, there were staff, but it only lasted for a very short period of time. But all of the things you need to do, Columbia did it for about 9 years, and they graduated a large cohort of Black and Latino architects and urban planners. It's a very interesting story. I spent 10 years uncovering the story, because what I experienced as a student was not the real thing. Once I read the files, then I got the real story. But I started doing the work because I realized how privileged I was to have gotten my education, that I wanted to know why. And so I tracked down what made it possible for this large group. There were 59 African American and primarily Puerto Rican, some West Indian, Native American students. And 59 that I know about were recruited, and 55 graduated. And of that class, there are 20 licensed architects. So it was a huge success. You can do it. What I worry about is that we are going backwards, because one of the things that enabled that transformation was the social context of the civil rights movement and the Vietnam War, which made people put people in the mood for taking a chance. And we're going absolutely backwards. And diversity now is a much more complicated situation that involves trans, it involves, all sorts of other kinds of diversities than it did in the 70s.
And that's my cue. Complicated or complex? That was something, at least, that you brought up, or somebody corrected me. Maybe it was John, that I was saying something and you said, well, it's complicated. But we're certainly dealing with a lot of uncertainties here. And I think we cannot talk about accreditation without talking about the profession, because practice and profession are different things. You can practice without being part of the profession.
And architecture schools that are accredited programs are part of the profession. I accept that. I am a licensed architect. I know I cannot say that I'm an architect in some states. You know how it goes. So either we accept that or we don't accept it. But can we change the profession from within? Or do we have to step out of the profession to change it? Do we have to step out of the accredited programs to change the accredited programs? Or can we stay in the accredited programs? I read portions of a book by Donna Haraway about trouble in Anthropocene. Trouble in the Anthropocene. Probably somebody in the audience have read that book by Donna Haraway. Yes. What is that? Okay, thank you. That's right. She has her own, exactly. But what I took from it, is we exist in trouble, and after being bombarded by Dr. Sutton's multiple images of the crisis that we're living, the many crises that we're living, the only thing I can say is going back to, okay, there's trouble, let's face it, we need all the voices, all the expertise, all the relational competencies, and the courage to fail many times and not place the head in the sand or put on the VR goggles in the Samsung advertisement of the ostrich. Have you seen that one? Yeah. Where the ostrich can fly? And we're doing that a lot. We're putting on the goggles and flying, and that ostrich is flying high, high. And so, anyway, I think it's important to think about we're dealing with, somebody said in a previous session, enormous volumes of knowledge, and our students were told they have to learn this and they have to learn that, and accreditation and the university. Well, that's the context where we're working, let's face it. And I'm not going to drop the microphone.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to play devil's advocate for a minute because I just can't help it. But I want to stand back for a minute and ask what we're doing better. Because there are issues, it's true, there's no question. But it helps to know some facts about what's happening if you look at the global picture. So the first one is that population is going to stabilize in 2100 and it won't get bigger. Right? So we're going to add 4 billion, and that's about it. And the way that's calculated is because we've stabilized the number of children we're having at 2 billion. And that's stable, that's done. What we're paying for is the 19th century, because it takes 3 generations to play out the increase based on the number of children that people have. So there are a couple things that have changed, and they're big things. Families are smaller. This is a big thing. If you go to a grave in the 19th century, you're going to see a lot of children in the graves. That's not true now. That's just not true. Why has that changed? Because more than 80% of our children are now vaccinated. Vaccination has changed the face of death, mortality rates for children. More than half the world now lives at what is considered the middle class level. Not middle class in the United States. We all, and I mean literally everyone in this room, is at the highest level of living in the world. But the majority is in the middle class now, meaning they have running water and electricity and some form of shelter, and that they have a mode of transportation. That transportation is probably public or it's a bike. But that's a lot better than when you're walking to carry your water and you don't have electricity. So the changes that have been made since really the mid-60s, it's actually started a lot in the 60s, are pretty significant. The access to health care and to healthy practices, and this is really critical, have changed the rates of mortality for children because we're educating women because now more than 60% of the women in the world have more than a high school education or a high school education equivalent. That's significant. These numbers are changing the face of the world. Yes, climate is on the rise. This is the environment, is the significant crisis, and it is going to put there is a group of people around the world, the poor, who are going to be subject to that. That's absolutely true, and we do need to deal with that. But I think it helps to understand the things that we're doing better. The one that I always remember is enslavement. Remember, up until 200 years ago, it was okay to enslave people. It still happens today. I'm not saying it doesn't, but it's not okay anymore. It's not legal in most of the world. And that's looking back at a 10,000-year history for human beings. So in the last 200 years, think about what we've done. We're able to have this conversation because of those changes. I'm just putting it out there so that they don't think it's a lost cause. It's actually pretty hopeful. And I think you're absolutely spot on about the need to collaborate to get us to the next level. That's the critical issue, is collaborating to get farther. So I'm not saying it's done, but I'm just saying it's not all bad either. We've actually made some pretty significant progress as a species in the last 200 years. And actually in the last 50, it's pretty phenomenal.
So to build on this question of the idea that we have opportunities in front of us, okay? In the freshman course that Dr. Pearson and I teach, we focus on developing a sense of agency with our first-year students, right? And when I hear that the accreditation criteria, right, are going to basically put everything back onto the programs and say, you have flexibility now how you're going to deal with it. You can just show us one project that brings it all together and we'll be happy, right? So let's brainstorm for just a moment. What would you do given this opportunity, all this flexibility that NAB may allow us, right? And the way we can push back, by the way, is pushing back on NAB, right? And say, trust us for a moment, right? We may have a better handle on how to, from the bottom up, rework and reinvent the profession and what it means. What would you do in this moment? Anyone on the panel, how would you seize the opportunity to rebuild the profession of architecture?
At Hampton, we're doing pretty good things, and that is that somebody was talking about context-based design. So we work with the workshop, with the spaces that are available where we are. And we have accepted that some of the projects will not result in buildings. And that's difficult because we have been acculturated in that projects mean building. They don't even mean site because that's for the landscape architects or for the environmental engineers. So we have a very serious problem of adaptation to sea level rise. And so there's somebody in our school, and the students, I'm not leading that, but it affects all of us, that are looking at living waterfronts, islands, and in some cases it means not building on the waterfront, which is another, what? We're not building on the waterfront. So it does require some changes in thinking.
Christian.
Yeah, no, I'll jump in. And I guess I'll start off just by saying that so my wife is on the board of directors at the moment at NAB, so and she's been authoring some of these changes, and so in full disclosure. That's what I told her. She told me earlier. If you say anything, you have to say full disclosure. So I'm saying full disclosure, because I know this is on YouTube, right? And we had a little discussion about it earlier in one of our sessions, so I may repeat some of that with the group and the way that we talked about it. For me, the irony of our accreditation visits have always been the fact that one of our flagship programs is Rural Studio, and we do not utilize that program to check the boxes for student performance criteria, because not all of the students that come through our program experience that or have that experience. So, and you know, I know there's a number of critiques and conversations that can go on around the work there, and at the same time, but I hope that we're doing good work in a place that has not had the benefit of design services in any degree for decades, if not, you know, centuries. So, but I guess part of the interesting discussion about that is, would we turn our entire curriculum into Rule Studio? No, because it's actually incredibly expensive and not very efficient, and but we appreciate all that, and we've learned ways of working through those complexities. But at the same time, you know, for me, one of the really interesting things that's starting to emerge is, you know, instead of the boxes that we've checked in the past for things like structures that we teach, but our students probably don't utilize very much in their day-to-day work, I would really personally like to spend a little bit more time talking about professional practice. We cram it into one class. I think all of the things that you were talking about in terms of community engagement and public interest design, these are areas where there's no clear contract, there's no clear way of operating. There could be some sustainable methods, and I don't use that in the environmental term. I mean it in the, you know, the sort of financial, like building a sustainable practice that you can continue to work with communities for a long time and have some impact in those communities. So, in a strange way, that may be the last thing that students want to hear, right? Like, what are the classes that you'd expand and the area of the curriculum that you'd expand? I mean, I think that is the place for a lot of these discussions, is actually in a kind of refocus on understanding how we're practicing, how we can critique it, how we can develop some methods for, let's say, just giving students some responsibility, some agency, some opportunities within these systems that I think we're always fighting, working against. We're trying to find new methods to operate within.
Well, I think the opportunity that removing the expanding criteria is getting rid of some of the discipline-based learning, that the you know, the formation of the disciplines really encouraged us to see problems through our disciplines. And just, even though it's a much better world and we don't have so many problems to solve, I think that we do need interdisciplinary knowledge, and that one of the great benefits of being at Parsons has been being in this design school and seeing many different ways that designers solve problems where the architecture program is very small. And just having a variety of different ways of addressing a single issue, I think, would be a huge change.
Yeah, I think, and I don't even know how this would look, is that if we could break down, you know, you talk about pro practice being in class, but making pro practice a part of the project, right? So as we're working on projects, either community partner, another partner, they're learning all those aspects of the project in the project, right? So we're learning to work with landscape architects. We're bringing urban planning into it. We're doing pro practice. We're doing marketing. We're doing the business side. We're doing the designing. We're doing the structures just as a real project. And if we can be more fluid about that within a project, and that's where it gets tricky, of course, as opposed to we have to do this box, we have to do this. How do we actually make it a part of the learning, active learning, the process of doing as we're doing that? And of course, you know, the other thing that we, like Kawana's class, you know, we talked a lot about empathetic design and stuff, right? So we're talking about how are we learning about other cultures? How are we just learning about the people that are around us? How do we work with them? How do we be respectful? I think that's got to be a big part of this too, moving forward, is we have to learn how to work with each other, truly collaborative, have true respect for them, and do that kind of work.
So the thing that and I don't know if this will make sense, but it's really a shift to systems thinking that I think will move the bar, in the sense that we're not really focused on we shouldn't focus on the product, but the process. basically. And this will allow us to engage with discussions more fluidly in a lot of ways. So stakeholders, all of the things that come to bear on project making would now actually be understood not as separate from the design process itself, but as a part of the systemic culture that goes into making design. So market forces, economic forces, community forces, but also technology and data, right? So it allows us to kind of organize those things, even our history in a funny way, as a set of systems that we would engage in understanding the process of those interactions and not really focus on, simply the product, right? Because this is really, I mean, again, if you kind of look at something like Adobe Suite, right? You used to buy it as a product. Yep, you bought it, CD, inserted it, loaded it, lived on your hard drive. Now you're actually buying a process. So you pay a monthly fee, they're updating it. Software engineers, right, are consistently improving that thing. And you're just partaking of it as a kind of flow, in a way, as that thing's dynamically changing. Yeah, this is the world that we're moving into, and buildings are going to be a part of that too. Buildings are going to be understood more and more as a kind of dynamic condition that need to shift and respond to community changes, to different kinds of pressures, within and without. So I think the faster we can switch to systemic thinking and understanding what we do as a part of a larger set of processes and forces, it'll sort of ripple through the way that we teach and communicate what a building, quote unquote, is. And I love buildings, so I'm not suggesting we're never going to do them. It's just a shift in the way we see them.
Yeah. So you're going to talk about process and
So, Dr. Sutton, in your 1991 article, Power, Knowledge, and the Art of Leadership, one of the things that you identified that might help us reinvent studio culture was this idea of embracing research, right? And how to create a broader knowledge base, right? To move beyond architecture, as you just suggested. What are examples in your mind that could be applied in the space that NAB may be giving us in the next few years to jump on this opportunity of embracing research, the idea of inquiry in school?
It may already be evolving in that I think one of the things I wrote that a long time ago, but I think I had in mind that there shouldn't just be one track through architecture, because I could see so many of my diverse students were dropping out of it for various reasons, structure anxiety and data anxiety and other things. That it just didn't suit some of the students who were very talented, who I thought would be great researchers. I thought, if there were more than one degree, you could get started and go in different pathways. And at one time, Daniel Friedman was the dean of the school of the College of, it's now called the College of Built Environments. And I recall he sort of looked at all of our programs and thought how they could not be organized as, master of landscape architecture, but as kind of areas of knowledge that would go together and form this whole, and it shocked the faculty, and he never showed it again. But I think, removing some of the disciplinary boundaries that we've constructed around ourselves would be a way of, and not just becoming more research-based, but having a broader kind of palette for how you solve problems, whether it's through research or through this or through making or through understanding systems, through understanding economic models, that we have much too much narrowly defined ourselves. And in a way, I was thinking more about psychology. That was my model, that psychology at that time, I think, had 52 disciplines. I don't know how many it has now. I've kind of lost touch with that part of myself. But, you know, architecture gave away all of its disciplines. It gave away landscape architecture, gave away urban planning, and is still to this day working to limit interior designers and their abilities. When you know, space is the space people experience inside of places. So I think getting rid of some of those boundaries between disciplines and between areas of expertise, whether it's research or somebody being very good with materials or very good with structures or whatever, or professional practice, would be very beneficial.
So to add, are we talking now about redefining what an architect is?
Well, yeah, I've been trying to do that because I want to be an architect. And people say, well, you're not an architect, you're an architect, you're an educator. I want to be an architect. You know, I want my colleagues who are architecture educators to be architects. I mean, you know, why should they not be architects? Because they don't build buildings. Because there may not be so many buildings being built, you know? There are many other built-in, designed environment problems to solve. And I think if you have a certain skill set, and I don't know how else you would define it, other than you get your continuing education credits and take a licensing exam and get your license renewed. I have no idea how else you would, but it bothers me that some people cannot be an architect because they don't have X, Y, and Z.
So what if we said the fault is ours as educators? Okay, let's not blame NAB or let's not blame anyone else. What if it's our fault? What if we were to say the licensure exam, the ARE, right, is really just a small piece, right? And it exemplifies our ability to detail a building, to design a building, to keep people safe, right? And to promote healthy activities that our clients and community seek, right, through that structure, right, that we are sealing with our commitment, our ethic. It says, I have proven at this micro scale, I have the ability to ask questions, develop solutions, and formulate them in a way that everyone can enjoy safely, right? Is it not our fault that we haven't been exploring the outer layers of that onion to prove that, to get to that really detailed level of licensed competency, right? If we're talking about competency right now, maybe we need to be just doing a better job teaching all the questions that lead you to become a privileged, right, an empowered and capable problem solver, right? But just at the macro scale, we just happen to be able to also snag that license while we're at it.
Well, and maybe it's not a single license. You know, maybe there are multiple. You know, maybe it used to be that if you got up to the number 12, that you qualified. I remember that someplace in my cobwebs of my mind, that if you had 12, you could qualify for the exam. So maybe that you can be an architect if you have 12, and you can choose your 12, you know. That some people, like New York State, does not accept any continuing education credits for professional practice, which is really silly. So people who want to, you know, improve their practice, for example, by learning to be better mentors, building talent, being more diverse, that doesn't count as continuing education in New York State. So like half of my credits don't count because that's what I do. You know, that's what I want to learn. So maybe I would be able to count that. You know, maybe my exam, because I had decided that that I was really interested in healthy materials, I could pick that one, and I could pick some other ones and put them to. And if I had 12, I could be a licensed architect, and I wouldn't have to design buildings. I would have to do work in those 12 things.
Yeah. So I have concerns about that, if I'm honest, basically, because I do believe in expertise in the end. Yeah, I mean, you stated the same, and I'm thinking that it's so funny. Why do we keep backing away from, hey, you have to know certain things to do certain things? Like,
I totally believe in. I
that makes sense to
absolutely
me.
believe in not only expertise, in excellence. I qualified in the structures. I never do that. That's not my area of excellence. It's not my area of expertise. I would have rather invested my time in learning something that I'm going to do, that I'm going to become excellent in, than in this little, everybody's the same. Everybody has to do the same little bit. I don't think that's expertise.
So, yeah. So, again, I'm going to go back to engineering in this example, right? And most engineering schools have recognized that engineers do a lot of different things, but they pretty much require all of them to take a series of courses that develop a set of skills that qualify as competencies. Now, if you're an electrical engineer, you're probably not going to use the equations for energy most of your life, but you will have been exposed to them, and you will know the math, which is actually the more critical issue, that will enable you to understand, for the most part, the equations that are going to come across your desk. So I think that the idea of us stripping away the math part, just as my metaphor here, from our profession is really dangerous. Because the other part of this equation in terms of research is, in order to sit at the table these days with colleagues in other departments to get grants and funding to partake in what universities recognize as research, we can have the discussion in a more complex way, I agree, or complicated maybe, but in order to sit at the table for research, you definitely have to demonstrate an expertise. And one of the ways that you can do that is by saying, I'm either registered this or a licensed that, or I have a doctorate in something. I mean, these are the ways that they're going to recognize that you can partake in the math discussion. That's why I'm a little concerned that in order, like, we do know stuff. Like, we do know an equivalent of math, and I'd hate to reduce the evaluation of that in order to simply be able to be more broad in a sense. I think we can do both.
I
don't
think
we have to
you
do one for the
totally
other.
have misunderstood
I
what
may
I've
have.
said.
That could be true.
I'm not for throwing out expertise. I'm actually saying the opposite to what you're saying. I'm for more depth and focused depth. For example, architects can't write worth a damn.
Yep.
You know?
That's not true.
Well, just that the ones in my classes can't write. And I have a really hard time. And you're not in my class, so don't tell me who's in my class. You've told me a lot of things, but don't tell me what my students can do. I would like my students to be able to be better writers. Some of them are good, have that potential. And it would be great if those students who have that kind of an intellectual focus could develop that ability rather than learning something that deep, that they could learn something that deep. So I'm actually saying the opposite of what you're accusing me of saying. I'm arguing for greater depth in areas of interest, in areas, if architecture schools have the capacity to define learning, students should have the capacity to define their learning, what they want to learn, what they are good at. And I think that would improve diversity. If you had a school that you could go to and say, I want to learn very deep the relationship between space and culture, a school that specializes in that dimension, I bet you'd have a lot of students who were interested in that dimension. Now, you could say, well, they're not really good at numbers, so they shouldn't be able to be architects. But I think there is a need for people who understand the built environment. The Museum of Modern Art is going to do a whole show on race and space. So, maybe they can get a job on that show, especially if they could write.
I was just going to jump in real quickly because I do think there may be some real simple ways of looking at some of this as well, which is just that I do feel like we've made things really complicated when it comes to architectural education. And, between the check boxes of the student performance criteria and actually a 5-year program, I would say that's actually also probably needs to be questioned. We're still a 5-year BARC program. We use engineering as an example. Most engineering programs are 4 years, which a year and a half is only is core. So really, it's 2.5 years, 2.5 years of engineering classes, and we are still a 5-year program. I'm convinced at my university, if I were to go to the provost office and say I want to start an architecture program, I would be told you can do that, but you have to make it a 4-year program. I would recruit a lot more students if I told them it was a 4-year program, right? You start doing all the math and you realize, and parents sit in the room and realize that and they say, oh, it's 4 years. And you're like, no, it's 5. And then suddenly, half of the audience is looking the other way. So I think we do need to find some ways to begin to maybe streamline it a little bit. I was interested when you brought up the issue with interior design, that we keep kind of, so we constantly tell our interior designers that our profession is more serious or something. I'm not saying that because I believe that. I'm saying it because I hear it. But I actually think, at least at my university, that our interior design program, which is over in human sciences, not in the School of Architecture, is we ignore what they're doing at our own danger, because they've streamlined a lot of things. They sit around tables and talk to each other, not at desks with their earphones in, and they meet for studio 3 hours 2 days a week as opposed to 5 hours 3 days a week. And they've got some really interesting things going on, and they have an internship that's integrated into their program. I like all sorts of things that are going on over there, and if I could sort of modify some of our architectural curriculum, I might model it after some of our peers in another program. So again, and then to the question of research, maybe there is some aspect of expertise which has everything to do with time. I would say that again, I think the example that I'm most familiar with at the moment is that we have simply, thanks to a lot of the work that's been going on out at Rural Studio, we've spent a lot of time developing expertise in housing. We saw a presentation about that yesterday. And that is that's an expertise that has grown into a number of collaborations with other units and collaborations with other universities, collaborations with forestry, with other departments, business included, and now all of a sudden, we've benefited from a number of federal grants that are beginning to come into the university, and suddenly to organize those grants and figure out how to make those operate within our school has been a real challenge. It's been an interesting opportunity, but it's been a challenge. So I think that
in terms of overhead.
Yeah, just sort of reporting and overhead and spending money on things you can spend money on and things of that sort. So, but it's been really interesting, and that on the one hand is one form of research that I think we're really excited about. But at the same time, I'm also incredibly interested and excited about the research that our faculty are doing when they're out photographing buildings that are about to be torn down, or they're out measuring, some of the same buildings, if they're out doing kind of development research in terms of history and where certain neighborhoods have formed in certain metropolitan regions. All those things are really valuable research as well, even though they're not necessarily funded to the same degree as some of our other research.
So let's not confuse education with training, and we are complicit in the problem. We are complicit. How many conversations I have had in the 30 years that I have been teaching about we need to have more rigor, we need to have more of that. That's something that we admitted it from your school in our master program was not very intellectually profound. Look, there are people out there that want to work on what we need to do. They want to study architecture now. we have to make an environment for them to be welcome to study architecture. It is possible that we're asking for too many years in the university. It's so expensive. I mean, every year we add, it's a year that somebody else will not be able to study architecture. And then, if we consider all of these certificates out there, you architects get certificates for fire code expertise, for wind. I mean, there's a whole world of certifications out there that we don't care about, that we don't know about in the schools. And those are the architects that have failed. But those are the architects that are working in building permitting, making sure that the designs follow code, and code is not an imposition. Code is to save health, safety, and welfare, because we say that we know about that stuff. So anyway, there's too many contradictions. We need to clear up our minds.
So shifting gears here and inviting the beautiful Renegades exhibition back into this room for a moment. When we look at the work of Architecture 273, which is the work that was on this wall, most people don't appreciate the fact that that was the work of an accredited program. Okay? Most people think, oh, it's just crazy stuff, right? This was the work of an accredited, professionally accredited program, right? Proof, right, that there is room in a curriculum, right, to allow students to find their own place, right? We've been talking a bit about collaboration as well, right? The ability to share, to exchange, to become comfortable about sharing, making yourself vulnerable, right, to share ideas that you really believe in, knowing that somebody may oppose and reject, right? But together we build, right? This space, this symposium, communities are built together by many, right? Yet, it's only one person that graduates with that certificate. It's one person compiling a portfolio to submit to a firm with the hopes that they'll be hired. It's one person who takes the ARE. How do we balance collaboration with proving you have that expertise individually?
So that's not written in stone. And I mean, that's what exists now. But it's not written in stone. It can change. And, you know, I think it is changing with the way faculty are going up for tenure. You know, you see more faculty articles that are written by 10 people. Who wrote this? How do we give credit for it? So, you know, I think the rules of the game are going to change, and that there are, you know, that you have your individual credential. I don't know how it changes, except that the rules that we have don't seem to be appropriate for the way work is being produced.
But who is licensed, right? We can't crowdsource a license, right?
Right.
We can't crowdsource a building because at the end of the day,
Somebody takes responsibility.
Somebody has to step
for
forward
it.
and say, it's on me.
But I'm a little confused. Maybe I'm just confused, period. But so there's one thing is that an individual can have an achievement. That doesn't negate the need to collaborate. They go together, no? I mean, we should be teaching collaboration.
Yes.
I mean, I think this is the thing. We need to actively teach that at the school. But that doesn't mean that we're going to not then also teach the skills necessary to have licensure or whatever you want. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily the end game for a lot of our students. But we certainly have to act like we're going to teach. We have to give them that skill set to be able to do that. But we also need to teach them to collaborate. We need to teach them to do a lot of things these days, outside of what we might have thought of as the traditional traditional set of courses that they were being offered. I mean, is that what you're asking? I mean, because someone does have to take the license exam. You're right.
Absolutely. But as we assign collaborative projects, right, the reality is we're still going to come back and give each individual a grade.
Right.
Right? So somewhere in there, there's an inherent contradiction.
There is.
Right? How do we address that as faculty?
Again, I mean, every project, cities are collaborative efforts. The bomb was a collaborative effort. Every major project in human civilization
Absolutely.
is a collaborative effort. And it's not hard to ascribe the individual contribution to that if you're paying attention. So part of what is difficult for you when you first do this in the classroom is learning how to really pay attention to what people are doing. But it's certainly possible to give individuals credit on collaborative projects. I mean, there are a couple strategies for doing it, which is you couple collaboration with leadership. So you empower everyone then in the process to take a leadership role at a certain moment. That's one strategy. I think there are many others. It's certainly not impossible to, I mean, I think it's actually quite, I haven't taught a non-collaborative studio for 10 years. Mm-hmm. Like every studio I teach is collaborative now. And I don't actually teach community design-based stuff. I'm teaching another end of it, which is more applied research. So it's possible, I think, across the entire spectrum of projects to have collaborative work. And I don't find difficulty assessing. It's quite clear what student has done what, and what role they've played, and what contributions they've made to the project.
And I also think as part of that, leadership is peer review, right? And making sure that students are accountable to each other. I've used that in my courses, is doing the peer review. How did these people put in the work? Did they do what they said they were going to do? How big of a part did they play? I mean, I think we saw yesterday's session with the Excel spreadsheet and the design build, right, of comments in that, to track that. But you can create that atmosphere where the students are beholden to each other, and that plays into it as well. And it's not just on you as the instructor to do.
Yeah, I don't find it quite so easy. I do use the self-peer evaluation. In fact, I just have collected them and have to calculate them all, maybe even tonight, where, you're looking at how students see themselves on dimensions that they have collectively agreed are important to deliver on, and then how their peers see them. I think my difficulty in giving individual grades in a collaborative setting is seeing how destructive it can be when students start to focus on the grade and not the process of how they're working together. It's easier in the design build because the physicality of the building kind of takes away some of the tension in a more abstract project. But I do find the individual grades to be counterproductive to the idea of collaboration. And I get that in students' evaluation, and it's in the literature that part of the reason that the conflicts arise are people thinking that they could have gotten a better grade if so-and-so hadn't been on my team. Or I don't want so-and-so on my team because that student's not good at X, and diminished what I could have done as an individual. So how you get students to see this idea that everybody contributes something different, and it's the whole that makes the project, and yet assigning individual grades. In the interdisciplinary studio that I taught last semester, where there were 4 faculty, I think we gave up because we couldn't find reason. We would try to make up a reason for why a student on a team didn't get the same grade as everybody else got. And it was really, we were on a slippery slope, frankly. If 4-person teams, and 4 people are on the team, why are they not getting the same grade for the same project? Yeah, you know, some people were better than others.
Okay,
So-
so there's can I say? Yeah, there's research on collaboration, and so there's two different flavors. One is the one where everybody collaborates on a project, and the other one is when it is a collaborative environment where each person is working on their own, but the work is better out of that collaboration. The research suggests that collaborative work needs to be collaboration worthy, number one. So sometimes perhaps we ask the students to do work that does not merit the group. And and the other thing is...
Could you say more about that?
Well, you know, work where...
30 seconds on that.
We have not structured it. We have not structured it in a way where there's clear what are the individual contributions and what are the collective contributions. We have to structure it. And we also have to, I don't want to say train, to educate the students. We have to develop the students' teamwork skills. And so what happens is perhaps the students that you're getting, they are coming late in their education when they should have been building these, what you're calling relational competencies that are part of that. But they didn't develop them. They get to you and, whew, what's this? I want my grade. So that's an area that we have to develop. We have to work on. Yeah.
So as we shift here to our closing question, and this is a question for every individual in the room who has been paying attention. These privileged 5 are the only ones who get to respond. The rest of you hopefully will write it down in your notebooks. Right? Name one action item you will take back to your school that has come from this incredible conference. You have 30 seconds per response.
My students are working on, so it's going to be very local immediately. My students just finished writing a reflective, summative essay on the research that they have been doing, design research. So I'm going to go back to them and I'm going to tell them about what I have seen and the discussion we have had and about the renegades. And let's see what they say.
I'll jump in.
Christian.
Yeah. So we had this discussion at our last faculty meeting. So they're all prepared for this, but we definitely need to have some open discussions about the nature of studio and how we teach it. And as you and I have been talking, we're on the verge of figuring out just how remotely we can do it, as most U.S. Universities are asking this question over the next few months. And but at the same time, you know, there's been an incredible amount of conversation, and I've learned a great deal from the conference just about just being open and having eyes wide open about some of the barriers that are put up within the studio environment intentionally and unintentionally. So we're going to have that conversation, I hope.
Please.
I was thinking, it's actually something Justin sort of tossed out in one of the discussions we were having. I think it was yesterday, actually. But no, it must have been today in the pedagogy session, which was, you know, kind of looking at biology, right? And he threw out, you know, in biology, you've got geneticists and you've got all these other kinds of practicing biologists, you know, zoologists, right? And they all do have a shared common knowledge of biology, and yet they're doing very, very different things. And I thought, well, that's an interesting way to phrase the generalist specialist discussion within the academy, right? Because I do think there is a need to value all of the skill sets that our students acquire in the process and then are interested in exploring, right, in that sense. So this, I really do think that we need to address that. In the end, I think they can say, I'm a biologist, right? A zoologist is also a biologist, but that I have a specific interest that means that I have developed a specific expertise that I'm going to spend most of my time exploring. So in that sense, I think that that's just being able to have that conversation as a faculty is really important, to get away from the traditional, remembered version of what an architecture education is, which is this kind of broad general education. I think we've got to find a balance between, the common, the math that we share, basically whatever it is, whatever that thing is that we think that we share, versus the ability to become zoologist and microbiologist and all the other things, right? And hybrids that we don't even know. I mean, honestly, that's what's really going to happen, is the new stuff that we can't see yet. So, yeah, I thought it was interesting.
Thank you. Justin.
All right, full disclosure again. So I left the academy in January,
Absolutely.
so I'm back into practice. So what I will do is I'm going to go back and speak with my company, right, my firm, and talk about how do we do this, right? How are we pushing collaborative work? What does this mean at the professional level, and how do we connect that back to the academy? We've started making reconnections to Ball State University and trying to really rethink how we interact with them. That's kind of why I came on board with them. But also, how do we push this practice? How are we pushing cultural identity, cultural competency with a firm like that? So that's what we're going to work on.
Thank you. Sharon.
So I just came in at the tail end here to do the ribbons and bows. But I'll take two things back. One is I'm going to run back and find out what NAB has been doing. I became NAB averse after overexposure. Anything that starts with an N, I don't look at it. So I will go back and try to educate myself on what's going on with the monster. But the other thing is, I think I will go back and put masking tape. I'm going to tape my students' computers closed. And I'm going to run out to the exhibition and take some photographs of those drawings, because I love beautiful drawings. And students can't draw anymore. They just type. I mean, in fact, the handwriting has gotten so bad that I have to require typing because I can't read the handwriting. So I think the drawings in that exhibition are so inspiring. I want to figure out some way to take them back and see if I can get students to do some more hand engagement.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, panelists. I'd like to thank all of you who came and presented in this room or in a session. Well done. And also, again, to circle back to our keynote speakers, Joan Ockman, and Sharon Sutton. I'd like to ask the students who helped plan this conference to please stand. Any work? Right? Excellent job. And then certainly kudos to Professors Cricchio and Dr. Pearson, if you're still here in the room or you're sleeping. Well done. And with that, we close the Schools of Thought Conference, Rethinking Architectural Pedagogies. We thank you all very much. Please travel safely, wash your hands often, and sing Happy Birthday twice as you wash. We have now a reception. If you've been wise, you've been saving up the black drink ticket. And we'll be happy to, white drink ticket. You may redeem those just outside. At Blackbird, Mike's, yes. Blackbird Gastropub, it's in your Google phone. It's just about a block and a half northeast of here. Great place to hang out, great place to redeem your white drink ticket on in your name tag. Thank you all very much.